Alright, this is Subnautica, so I am not new to this game. I have played Subnautica quite a bit. My Steam library will show I have 135 hours into this game. I've done multiple playthroughs. You can see here I've got 2 different survival playthroughs, one at about 13 hours, one under 14 hours, and a creative playthrough also fairly lengthy. And I believe none of these 3 are even any of my original playthroughs. I've played it multiple other times besides these. But Subnautica is a water-based survival crafting game where you crash land on an alien planet that is mostly filled with water, and you swim around collecting resources, building bases, exploring, etc. So I have already made a review / critique on this game, including my belief that the game is good but suffers from some severe flaws, particularly in the user interface and quality of life departments, which require some user-made mods to improve. So I'll be discussing the mods that I'm using and why I'm using them. Note that also these mods are not designed... The idea is not to make the game easier, but again, just to avoid the frustration or blatant wastes of time that are in the base game. Unfortunately, I did have to regress to a previous version because the newest update breaks all the mods I had installed, but the newest update doesn't do that much. It's basically just some slight optimization fixes and adding a few base building components that were in the sequel that weren't originally in the base game, the first game. But we can go without those, that's fine. So let's start a new game on survival mode.
Attention. Hull failure imminent. All personnel abandon ship. Launch in 3, 2, 1.
The first thing we gotta do, put out the fire.
You have suffered minor head trauma. This is considered an optimal outcome. This PDA has now rebooted in emergency mode with one directive: to keep you alive on an alien world. Please refer to the databank for detailed survival advice. Good luck.
So one of the very first things you're going to see with the mods that I have installed here is I have 3 mods installed. I have Easy Craft, more quick slots, and customized storage. So as you can see, this amount of storage here does not actually look accurate. It's actually overlapping some of the other icons, and that's because the base storage amount in the game is way too small. This would be substantially smaller here. But I'll get to why I've installed all of this stuff in more detail in a bit. So basically we have our PDA here, and it talks about, like, here's all of the various blueprints for building stuff that we can use. Either ingredients to craft things or base building components. We have tools, med kits, etc. There's our main inventory, which includes all of the equipment that we have, as well as anything else in our inventory. We've got our beacon manager, which shows where we have basically points of interest. So our life pod is the only point of interest we have unlocked right now. We can also change the color of this, which I would recommend. For whatever reason, the base default color is blue, which doesn't go too well with, you know, a game full of blue ocean water. I usually change these to like yellow or orange so that these stand out. We've got our photo manager if you want to take screenshots. There's the voice log if you want to replay any stuff. And then we've got our data bank, which has basically like all of our blueprints if we read anything. But essentially, we have crash landed on an alien planet, and we are in our fairly broken down life pod. We have storage here, which includes some flares, water, and food. And you can see over here, red is our health, yellow is our food, I believe, and blue is our water intake. And then this is how much oxygen we have. Obviously, we have maximum oxygen right now because we're not underwater. And then everything else here is kind of broken except for our fabricator, which can allow us to fabricate basic materials, food, equipment and tools, and deployable objects. And also our radio is also damaged, which we cannot repair at the moment. So let's go outside. So our crashed ship, the Aurora.
Orbital hull failure. Cause unknown. 0 human life signs detected.
And as you can see, a whole bunch of water. And here's what it looks like. Under the ocean. Now, of course, we only have so much oxygen, so we can't stay underwater too long, and our progress is basically going to be gated by how much oxygen supply we have. So if we want to go down into the really, really deep depths in a lot of cases, we're going to need to upgrade our oxygen. So for right now, and that's another thing, you can enter and exit the life pod from the top and bottom. For the longest time, I never, like my first playthrough, I didn't realize that this was a hatch that you could exit from pretty much for the entire time. So for right now, we don't need our fire extinguisher, so I'm going to put that back over here. But right away, we're just going to go and start gathering some resources. So we can grab a fish.
Discovered. New creature discovered.
We can pick up all of these mushrooms.
Unexpected applications. Utilizing alien resources is a proven survival strategy.
There's metal salvage from the Aurora that's been scattered all over the planet. And so the basic loop of the game is going to be swimming around, gathering resources to craft more items and other pieces of inventory and tools and equipment and whatnot.
Oxygen.
And of course, you can only spend so much time underwater before you have to resurface to regain your air supply. So over here, we've got some limestone. Here's another thing that I recommend, and this doesn't have to do with mods. So click, 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 gather some copper.
Is an essential component of all powered equipment. Your probability of survival has just increased to unlikely, but plausible.
So, let me see if I can find another rock to break to demonstrate something that I think is important.
Oxygen. New creature discovered. New creature discovered.
Yeah, this giant coral thing. So one thing I do think it's important to mention is the game, although it looks like it might be something that is procedurally generated, it is actually not. It does have the same map every single time. The only difference is that your life pod can crash in... there's some variation in exactly where it lands, but it always lands in this area. And it's actually pretty nice that this crashed right next to the giant coral tube. So, okay, I want to demonstrate something. So normally there's going to be a lot of rocks that you're going to break in this game, and normally it would take about 3 clicks, right? 1, 2, 3, it breaks open, and then you grab the item that comes out, right? But if you go into your options and you go to keyboard, and under, so left hand use, left button click is what you normally click, but if you can also map a second button on here, so if you map the mouse wheel onto it, then scrolling the mouse wheel is the same thing as left clicking. And so by doing that, instead of having to manually click, 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 instead you could just scroll the mouse wheel, and it triple clicks it or quadruple clicks it super fast. And that might not seem like much, but in a game where you're going to be gathering resources this much for this long, that is very important. Doesn't require any mods, just a quick trip to the keyboard bindings menu.
Oxygen.
So now that I've done this a little bit more, I think it's important to demonstrate why some of these mods are so essential for the enjoyment of the game. So first off, as you can see down here, we've got 12 different equip slots here for having, fast item equips. This is by default normally 5, and there's never a way to expand it. I think that is woefully too little, as we will be getting many tools throughout the game, and it's a pain in the ass having to constantly switch out which one you're using in the quick select menu. Same thing here. Basically, the amount of resources that we've already gathered at this point would probably be, if we had our base menu, this would almost have our entire inventory filled up by this point. Additionally, we're going to be getting a lot of items that we have to use between various pieces of equipment, and needing food and water on hand so that we always have sustenance so that we don't die of starvation or thirst. And that also winds up taking up a lot of inventory space. So the game will become a gigantic pain in the ass of constantly having to, you go out on an expedition, you gather what is a pitifully small amount of resources, then you have to go back to get to a storage locker to deposit everything. Right? And so that just winds up taking way too much time. So having this expanded inventory and more quick slots is going to alleviate a lot of that frustration, a lot of that pointless time wasting. Again, this doesn't really make the game any easier. It just eliminates filler, is what I would say. Another thing, and this is where the Easy Craft mod is going to come into effect, is I understand. So the fabricator is where you're going to make all of your materials, right? So I understand that I need those materials in order to use the fabricator to fabricate what I need. But I don't understand why in the base game, if I've got a storage locker right here that's right next to the fabricator, it won't use anything in that storage locker. Instead, I have to pick all of the items out of the storage locker, put them in my inventory, then go over to the fabricator, and if I forgot something or I didn't take enough of the items, then I need to come back and take the items out of the storage locker again. And then let's say I took too many items, I took more than I needed, and I have to go out on another expedition to go gather more resources. Well, I don't want those resources hogging up inventory space, so then I got to go back to the storage locker and put them back in the inventory. And you are going to be acquiring a lot of items throughout the game, and you're going to have more storage lockers than just this little one in our life pod. We're going to start getting a ton of storage lockers, right? And it will get to the point where it's just hours and hours of futzing with inventory management. And the Easy Craft mod just eliminates all of that. It allows the fabricator to use items from nearby storage lockers. Additionally, some objects that you create require you to have other objects. So these basic ones are pretty self-explanatory, like, Your metal salvage becomes titanium. Your titanium becomes titanium ingots. But in order for... So let's say I want to make a titanium ingot, right? Normally, I would have to craft each piece of metal salvage into the titanium and wait for it to craft, and then I would have to craft all of those ingots that I made into the... Or all of those ore that I made into the ingots. Now, EasyCraft just lets us skip right to the end step. It says, you have all of the base ingredients you need. We can just skip right to the most advanced version of that instead of having to craft and wait, craft and wait, craft and wait. And so this just eliminates a lot of unnecessary tedium out of the game. So again, it's not making the game easier. It's just making it less tedious, less cumbersome, less frustrating. So over here, our life pod has these main things. So there's this thing here. This doesn't really mean much. There's our repair tool, which is going to repair this box here. But this, and then we've got our medical kit fabricator, which has to recharge. We've got our storage container where we can dump excess materials that we don't need. And we've got our radio, which will come into play later. So for right now, we can just start making some titanium ingots. Also, the life pod is solar powered, but it only has so much power, and using the fabricator takes up power. As you can see, we're using up power, so we can only craft so much of this stuff before we have to wait to craft more. So, these bladder fish can become water.
Detecting increased local radiation levels.
And all of the other fish can become cooked food, right? However, if you cook a fish and you don't eat it immediately, it will eventually rot. So any fish that you don't need to eat immediately, instead of cooking them, just leave them as is. And for some reason, you can keep an alive fish either in your inventory or in storage, and it will never rot until you cook it. But for right now, we're pretty low on food and water, so we're just going to craft all of this.
Cooks small organisms while disposing of the skeletal structure, bodily fluids, and internal organs, thus rendering them safe for
So now we can consume the fish, and you can see down here, this is our 31 food.
Synthetic foods to be repulsed by eating an animal.
You can actually go over 100. I believe you can get to like 125 or so, but then you're like overeating, and it won't refill more than that. Anyway, let's drink some water. So right now, I gotta make sure that I have, so I can put all this titanium ingots into the storage because I don't need it. Again, not just our base inventory, but also this storage inventory would be reduced in size if I didn't have the expanded inventory and storage sizes mod. But I do want to make sure that I'm keeping water with me. Food isn't so important because you can just grab fish on your way, but for right now, we're going to grab all this. And the flares are almost useless, so we're not going to care about any of that. So for right now, our main things that we're going to want to make are upgraded oxygen tanks, and we're going to want to make a scanner and all of these other various tools, right? So we're going to build a scanner, which is our most basic tool.
The scanner can be used to synthesize blueprints from salvage technology and to record alien biological data.
So this is what we're going to have for all of the various lore needs for scanning things and for getting more blueprints for more technology. We also want to make sure that I get this upgraded O2 tank so that I have more oxygen so I can swim for longer underwater. And it auto-equips into our storage tank. You'll see here, we also have a suit, gloves, fins, 2 chip-related objects, and then goggles or headpiece. So right now, I am looking to make an upgraded oxygen tank, which requires glass, silver, and titanium, as well as the base tank. Probably want flippers to swim faster. And we're going to want the repair tool, obviously, which requires titanium, cave sulfur, and silicon rubber. We'll want a knife, which we can use to attack alien fish that are hostile to us, as well as cut off certain things that require a knife to salvage. The repair tool, the flashlight we don't need because we're going to get another item later that also has a flashlight. Air bladders are for zipping up to the surface super fast underwater. I've generally found these to not be necessary. Same things with flares. The habitat builder is going to be for building our base when we want to expand beyond this initial life pod and storage unit, but we're not going to need that for a while. In order to get it, we also need some fairly advanced equipment, battery, wiring kit, and computer chip. And looking here, we can also fabricate first aid kits, but we don't need to because we have a first aid kit fabricator right over here anyway. There's also fire extinguishers, which we already have one, and for the most part, we're not going to need. There's pipes and floating air pumps. So these are a system that you can connect to. You can put one of these on the surface to create an air pump, and then you can bring pipes down to the bottom. So if you want to descend really far underwater, you then basically have a super long snorkel. I've generally found these not to be necessary, but you can build them if you want to. There's also, so all the food, you can also salt fish to make them store longer, but I've also generally found that not to be worthwhile. We're going to want a Seaglide and a mobile vehicle bay at some point, which we don't have the blueprints for yet. There's also waterproof lockers, so these are additional lockers that you can build. My issue with them is in the base game, first of all, they have very limited inventory space. Secondly, we're going to be building bases that have lockers in them anyway, so I generally find these also not to be useful. And then here's all the basic ingredients that we can build in order to build all of those tools. Anyway, our scanner is going to be one of the most basic things that we can use, and we're going to use this to scan basically everything. So, scan the acid mushroom, scan writhing weed. We can basically scan almost anything, every sort of plant life, all the fish. Fish is a little bit of a pain because you have to kind of run after them while you scan them. And do note, everything does take batteries, so although it's not exactly clear in terms of the scanner right now, it does actually require a battery, so it can run out, and we'll need to craft more batteries, which acid mushrooms and copper are a base component of. Also, some things take longer to scan than others. Typically, like if it's bigger, like if it's a bigger fish, it takes longer to scan. But in general, you're just going to want to scan every single thing that you can, because you don't know what's just a lore thing and what is maybe a useful item for technology and whatnot. And as you can see, we were able to spend more time underwater because we have the upgraded oxygen tank. So in the meantime, let's go back over there. Oh, also do keep in mind that because we're holding the scanner, we actually swim slower right now than if we weren't holding it. So if you are trying to swim around and you don't necessarily need to scan something, make sure to put whatever you're holding in your hand away so that you can swim faster. So here's the giant coral. There is an egg down here, which has been dropped by something, which we strangely enough can't scan, but that's fine. So let's just make sure we're grabbing all of this. So quartz is a pretty important object. It's a component to make glass. And glass is a component that's necessary to build solar panels, which we're going to want to power our base. So the life pod has built-in solar panels, but when we build a base later, we are going to need components for it. And so as you can see, we're running out of air. Now, once you run out of oxygen, you don't die immediately, but the screen goes black. It starts to go black, and eventually you will die. So you do need to make sure that you have a way back to the surface. And that's going to be a big part of the game, which is going down, diving deep for resources. It's going to get a lot deeper than what we're exploring right now. And making sure that you can find your way back. So in this cave over here, there's some shale deposits. There's also these explodey fish. Unfortunately, we're not fast enough to escape them right now.
Silver-based wiring kits are an essential component of many habitat modules. Detecting sulfur deposits in the local cave systems, sulfur is an essential component of the repair tool.
I believe these items do eventually, like all of these resources, do eventually respawn. I'm not exactly sure how like in what quantity and how often.
Oxygen.
So essentially the oxygen limit right now is what is gating us from exploring really, really deep areas. But technically you can go anywhere you want. Right from the beginning, you're just limited by how much oxygen supply you have. So mobile vehicle bay fragment. Lost from the Aurora. And as you can see, it gets deeper over here. And there's our first example of hostile life. There's the, basically the equivalent of sharks over there. So salt deposits. Then there's these underwater rain corals, which produce bubbles that will refill our oxygen. There's another egg. And here's creepvine. So there's creepvine itself, which we need a knife to extract, and creepvine also produces
Life on this planet grows in
these
distinct
glowing clusters.
ecological biomes. Further study recommended.
So right now I'm just going to take all of these.
New blueprint acquired.
Now we can go back to our life pod. Now you will notice these creepvine seed clusters, which are a base component in a lot of things we're going to need, take up 4 different spots in our inventory. So again, just taking a cluster of like one single creepvine could take up our entire inventory in the base game, which is again why I feel like the expanded inventory is basically a necessity to play the game. And again, I just cannot stress how much these mods of expanding the inventory and fixing crafting and whatnot improves the game. There's these little gastropod dudes. They're not hostile, but they do spew out these like gas things that will hurt you. But a lot of alien life in the game is stuff that is like not actually hostile towards you. I do need to make sure that I'm grabbing enough fish to have enough food sources in the beginning. I guess let's grab a bunch of acid mushrooms again. Acid mushrooms are fairly plentiful, and they're also typically found around the life pod, so they're not really a resource that you need to stock up on. Anyway, I'm gonna dump all of this out into the storage inventory here. I believe there's supposed to be a hotkey for putting every single thing of the same type into the inventory at once, but I don't remember what that is. Anyway, let's cook some fish. Make sure to eat it before it rots away. So you can see they have different amounts of food and H2O that they grant. So peepers are really good in terms of food. They grant 32. And then this Gary fish is a lot less. You also need to make sure to drink. A lot of times we're going to be gated by how much water we have access to, less so than necessarily food. It's harder to get water than it is food. Anyway, so right now, what do I have? I've got fins, which I can use. So the seed clusters from the creep vine turn into rubber, which we can turn into fins.
Draws from available data to provide environment-appropriate equipment using locally available materials.
Make a knife.
Safety, this setting cannot be overridden. Weapons were removed from standard survival blueprints following the massacre on Abraxas Prime.
So now we got our knife.
Remains the only exception.
So the knife we can use on these corals to get infinite coral, and we can use it on red coral, which is different. Seaglide fragment. So if we go over here, there's this red coral. And these are also going to be necessary components for a lot of things, so... Whoops. Grab that. It is a little bit of a pain that they all fall down. I guess we can just slash them all and then... grab them. So the items should be persistent throughout the world, so even if you quit and reload, they should remain here. However, that's never 100% true. So one thing that you might do at the beginning of the game is, rather than craft a bunch of storage lockers, or maybe you're at a point in the game where you don't even have storage lockers, you could find an area maybe like right outside of your life pod where the ground dips, and you can just dump all of your items out on the ground. But the game is not super polished, so sometimes that stuff will just disappear. So we do have to make sure... It is always better to put stuff into a storage locker if you can. These alien eggs are 100% just cosmetic stuff. You don't actually ever need them for anything, so we can safely get rid of that stuff if we need to. But for right now, let's just keep going out and getting more resources, and let's make sure to scan everything. So just because you found something is not the same thing as you having scanned it. Also, we can scan ourselves by pressing F.
Self-scan complete. Vital signs normal. Continuing to monitor.
Anyways, so now that we have a knife, it means that we can go out here and gather up some creep vine. Do note, these are not actually infinite. If you cut them enough, they will break. But later on in the game, you can plant new creep vine. And as I said earlier, I believe all of this stuff does respawn eventually. So you're never, like, completely out of resources forever. Also, you can scan these rock fragments. And each one is different. Another thing, it's different whether you're unarmed or whether you have
oxygen,
or whether you have an item in your hand when you go to break rocks. Do note there's also a day-night cycle, so...
New creature discovered.
So these sharks, they are hostile. They gather metal salvage, so anywhere that you find them, you can be pretty much guaranteed that there's metal salvage to be found in the same area. Yeah. Also note that you can actually tame them if you give the same shark metal salvage over and over. You can befriend it. And the sharks will also lose teeth from chomping on metal salvage too much, which you also need for certain resources later. Although not at the beginning of the game. You mostly can ignore them at the beginning. Another thing you can do to save storage space is some objects will craft multiple pieces into other pieces that take up less inventory space. So you might be able to craft stuff into smaller bits. Okay, yeah, so our inventory is full, so we can't take that. So back to the life pod. So, for example, these creep vine samples, which also decompose, by the way. You can eat them, but they do decompose and then are not as healthy, obviously. Take up 4 slots of inventory. However, you can craft them into fiber mesh. So let's use this as an example. And then the fiber mesh only takes up one inventory slot. So that is one way of reducing the amount of inventory space that you have taken up. Anyway, do we have the materials that we need to craft stuff? Pathfinder tool. Oh, this shoots out like, this is basically the breadcrumb trail gun if for when you're getting lost in caves and whatnot. So for a habitat builder, we need a computer chip, a wiring kit, and a battery. And for the repair tool, we need cave sulfur that we don't have yet. But that's all we're missing. And for batteries, we need acid, mushrooms, and copper. For the computer chip, we need table coral, gold, and copper. And for the wiring kit, we need silver, which we have 1 of 2. And we are desperately low on inventory space, so what do we got here that we can craft into something else? Creepvine seed clusters.
Continued degradation of the Aurora's drive core may result in a quantum detonation.
Silicon rubber. Creepvine becomes something else, though, right? What does it become?
Preparing the day's water ration ahead of time will help ensure.
And see what I mean? Like, we can just make disinfected. We can make bleach as quickly as we want by converting, or disinfected water by converting bleach, which we would normally have to get via salt plus tube coral plus water, but now we just have easy craft, so we have all the base components anyway, so just give me the end result. Anyway, we need to eat, so let's eat this peeper and water. All right, this is still taking up too much space, so let's... What else does Creepvine make? I know it makes other stuff. High capacity tank, we need glass. And we need, in order to make glass, we need quartz. So let's make sure we get the seed vine, the creepvine clusters reduced. And we're running low on power here, so we should probably stop building. All right, and the problem is I don't have enough inventory space, so I think I am just going to chuck these alien eggs because we just don't have the space for it. Oh, I need to turn this metal salvage into ingots as well. Do note there's also a day-night cycle, and it's usually harder to see what you're doing at night. So right now, I'm just going to drop these eggs out of my inventory because we're really not going to use these. Anyway, where's that giant tube coral? Right over here. The bladderfish in particular, sometimes you'll have expeditions where you go out and you just exclusively collect one thing, like you just only collect bladderfish because you need water. So before I go in there, let's make sure that we've got enough oxygen to make this trip. So there should be some broken walls in the tube wall. Yeah. So limestone deposits are often important because you can get copper from them, but they also sometimes give titanium, so you don't always get what you want. So those fish that explode come from these little pouches, which is where you get cave sulfur from. Thankfully, you typically don't need too much cave sulfur, but it is something worth picking up. Make sure to get quartz, which is the base component of glass. So right now I'm just on an expedition to get resources that I'm missing. Copper is another resource that you're often low on because you need it in a lot of base components of stuff. I think of the materials that I had that you get in the base game, I think the stuff that I'm consistently low on is copper and quartz. So we can scan one of these things maybe. Stalkers, yeah. So just getting near them doesn't necessarily aggro them, but they will aggro eventually. You can also notice this one is infected.
Integrating new PDA data. Oxygen.
Salt, I think, is the resource that's the least necessary. You use it to make cured fish, which you don't need. You can also use it to make upgraded water. Disinfected water, which is like slightly better than the regular water that you can make. It's not that important, though. Aha. A mobile vehicle bay fragment.
Seconds.
And so it's actually fairly easy to accidentally get really far away from your life pod without meaning to. And note, this is where the lack of inventory space compounds, because you will be traveling further and further away from your life pod. And by doing so, it means you have to take more and more trips back to your life pod, or later on your base. We're out of inventory space. So over here is the jellyfish cave, which we're not going to bother with this right now. Oh, there's some quartz in here, though? Our inventory's full, so we gotta go back.
30 seconds.
The most important thing early is getting your habitat builder ready so that you can start building a base and getting storage lockers online for how much extra inventory you're going to have. So one of the great things with this game is just like, even though the game definitely has its horror elements, you know, being underwater, not knowing what's around you, having hostile fish attack you, it also has this very relaxing feeling to it, especially early on when you're in the safe shallows. Okay. So do we have what we need? Oh, I can't actually build this yet because I need to put this back in my inventory, right? So first of all, let's make sure to make some water. Also, early on, your only base is this life pod, which only has so much power. Can I build the repair tool? Yes, I can. Ooh, I can also build the habitat builder.
The builder tool is designed to construct habitats capable of withstanding extreme environmental conditions.
So, we can repair this now.
Lifepod secondary systems online. Running full environment.
So this doesn't actually do anything,
To data bank.
technically. But it does give you the environmental scan. Safety warnings may support Leviathan-class predators. Oh, we'll get to that. Water contaminated with high levels of foreign bacteria. Planet is beyond Federation space rescue unlikely. And so you can see all sorts of lore stuff over here. You don't have to read any of this if you don't want to. We also have our radio to repair. And so when it's blinking red like this, that means you have a new message.
This is Aurora. Distress signal received. Rescue operation will be dispatched to your location in 9 hours. Continue to monitor for emergency transmissions from other life pods.
So, the radio is going to be your primary motivator, right? Beyond just randomly exploring the outside, the radio is going to give you calls from various distress signals and whatnot to go investigate places that you might not have otherwise ventured out into. Anyway, in the meantime, so we now have our habitat builder online. And so the habitat builder has this entire other menu of things to build. And so we can build our base. The main components that you're going to need for the base are most of this stuff requires titanium, and the solar panels require copper and quartz. Also, if you want glass pieces, then obviously you need glass, which needs quartz. And then there's the internal stuff. So if you want your fabricator, you got to build that. If you want to build a radio, you got to build that. Although in the early games, again, you don't need to because that's already a part of your life pod. You also get access to more storage space. There's these wall lockers and these base ones, but we'll get to that later. And then there's other stuff on the interior. So we've got a radio message. So let's play that.
Land pre-recorded distress call.
This is Life Pod 6. I have a passenger on board. Coordinates attached. We've landed a kilometer from the crash site, but there's radiation in between us and the rendezvous. Request immediate assistance. 6 out.
Signal coordinates corrupted. Approximate transmission origin recorded to data bank.
Spoiler alert, none of the other people have survived the crash. So, that's Life Pod 6. And where is that? So, data downloads, codes includes Life Pod 6 transmission. So, it is approximately 100 meters down, and it's located in a dense area with red grass near a number of natural arches. Transmission origin approximately 400 meters west-northwest of Life Pod 4's last known location. So our life pod, basically. So we can go we're life pod 5, so life pod 4 we haven't found yet. So in the meantime, now is a good time to start doing the base building. So typically you're going to want an area that has relatively flat terrain so that you can build plenty of base structures there. You also don't want to put your base directly in front of anything that is like a good travel point. And you probably in the early game want to place it directly next to your life pod that already has power, already has a working fabricator, has the radio, so that you don't have to build a new radio, a new fabricator, etc. So minimalism is going to be the key, because the more base you build, the more power, the more etc you need. And we can see night has fallen. I would have rather done this during the day, but I think we're fine. So what's a good location to put this base? We need something that's relatively close to the life pod, that also has some flat ground, that isn't in the way of resources that we need. So right about here or here is probably fine. So to begin with, let's build just a compartment, right? Actually, we don't have access to some of the bigger rooms yet, do we? That's unfortunate. All right. So right now, I want to put this a little bit under so that we can freely swim over this. And let's position it right here so that it's right next to the life pod.
Oxygen.
So let's craft that. And now you can see in the top left, it's telling us what our base hull integrity is. So we have 9 hull integrity. The deeper down you are and the more base components you have, the less integrity you're going to have. But, and then we need a hatch to actually enter this. So let's put the hatch right here, which takes away integrity. So if you actually come in here.
Warning, emergency power only. Oxygen production.
So obviously our base is not connected to a power source, which means there's no oxygen inside of here, and if we did have a fabricator or anything else that used power here, we wouldn't be able to use it. So for right now, we've got to get a power source, which is going to be solar panels. It doesn't actually matter where you put this. In fact, it doesn't even need to be connected to the base. As long as it's near enough to it, it will provide power. I typically like to just put them on here. So, and then how do we rotate this? Oh, it's the left and right brackets, so you can rotate it like this. Anyway, I'm gonna put this right here. And now we have power, but we only have 75 power, less, which is as much power as the life pod has. I'm gonna want a little more space. So let's grab a T compartment. And the reason I'm doing that is because we need...
Survivor, you have exceeded your weekly exercise quotient by 500%. Data indicates that swimming was your favorite activity. Be sure to vary your routine for uniform muscle development.
The PDA is just full of comedy gold in this game. Anyway, so there's wall lockers, which we can mount on the wall. And then there's these ground level lockers, which we can put on the ground. So in the base game, I always made these because they have more storage space than the wall lockers. But in the case of the mods, I've just modified them so all the storage lockers have the same amount of storage anyway. So these take up less room. So I'm just going to put this right here. There's a little bit of jankiness to this where it seems like it should be able to go on the wall, but then it just won't. I'll put this over here. No? Just won't go here for some reason? Alright, well. And then, like, some of this is sticking out more than others. There is some jankiness to this. Let's deconstruct this. So, you can take your items back if you want. No, it's just, like, sunken in here for some reason. Don't know why. Anyway. I'm just going to take all this excess stuff that I don't need. Put it here in the locker.
Warning. Local radiation readings suggest the Aurora's drive core has reached critical state. Quantum detonation will occur within 2 hours.
So I've expanded the inventory too much, so these are overlapping now, so I probably need to reduce that. But it's fine, we can leave it as is right now. Anyway, those lockers should be close enough to this for the Easy Craft to still catch them, but let's confirm that. Actually, I don't know, because there's a bunch of stuff in this locker, right? So let's see. Titanium is made from the metal salvage. So what if I remove this from here and go to my base and I put the salvage here? Can it craft it from that? That'll tell me if those lockers are too far away. No, I can still craft it. All right. And we got another radio message.
Consider disguising the flavor of unsavory meat with salt or locally sourced herbs and spices.
So these ones give 23 and 3, and this one is 21 and 1. So the peepers are the best ones. All right, what do we got on the radio?
Receiving pre-recorded distress call. Laying back.
This is Lifepod 3, uploading our coordinates. We're plugging some holes in our emergency Seaglide, so if we're late for the rendezvous, don't panic. Also, don't go home without us. Seriously. 3 out.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
So, we now have coordinates to go investigate a life pod. So let's go do that. So one sneaky thing they'll do is they'll often put other points of interest near the life pods, so you probably want to investigate the areas around the life pods.
New blueprint acquired.
So there's the life pod. So now we have an abandoned PDA and a data box.
Integrating new PDA data. New blueprint acquired.
So for doing that, we got the blueprint for... where is it? We got the blueprint for making a compass, I believe.
You really think it'll carry 2 of us?
Your regular Seaglide tows a mass of 80 kilograms at over 30 kilometers an hour. The power cellar rig to this one should double that.
You think there's something out there that's faster?
I'm sure. And that's assuming it doesn't overload 3 meters from the life pod.
You're calm about this.
I'm seeing the engineering problem. If I stop seeing the maths, I'll be terrified.
Yeah. All right, so one thing is that, so when you scan redundant fragments, so basically we already have a mobile vehicle bay fragment recorded, it will just give you titanium instead. So the scannable fragments always have some use. All right, here we go. Here's a trench we can go down. So the life pods are always near something of value. And if we forget where the life pod is, we can always go to the data downloads. Or no, the beacon manager, and we can turn this back on so that we know exactly where it is. But in the meantime, so we got the brain coral down here, which we can use to resupply our oxygen. There's lots of shale rock deposits.
Be advised, a common complication for cave divers is loss of orientation, followed by eventual asphyxiation.
Careful not to touch the jellyfish.
Seconds.
All right, got to get to the surface. So I don't know if that was the main point of interest near the life pod or not. I don't think it was. By the way, that ship is way further away than it looks. Okay, so what's down here? I think that's where I came from before. There's a stalker tooth.
New blueprint acquired. Seconds.
All right, I guess it really was just this trench to explore. And we do not want to be going over there right now. So let's go ahead and turn this signal off. Get back to our life pod and then use all of these resources that we've obtained. And so one thing I'm going to do is, I never want to be in a position where I have to go get resources that I'm missing, so I'm just going to stock up on stuff. In particular, a lot of this coral is stuff that we're going to need a lot of. So a lot of times you'll have expeditions, meaning times when you go out for your life pod to get resources, where you don't even really use those expeditions to explore, and more so you just go and acquire resources and bring them back to your base. Alright, what can we craft? Enameled glass, which you get via the stalker teeth, so that's why those are important. There's a compass that we can build. So now we just have a compass. It doesn't even take up any head slot or anything. It just goes here into the chip slot. And now we can at least know what orientation we are. And then the vehicle bay, we need lubricant for it and a power cell. What builds a power cell? I'm pretty sure the power cell gets built by building a computer chip or something, or a battery. I'm not sure. Let's build a battery. Yeah, so sometimes building one thing will unlock blueprints for building another thing. So we need lube, which we can't get without creepvine cluster, right? Yeah. Let's get another solar panel here. I basically don't ever want to be in a position where I'm out of power on my base, so... I believe there's no maximum amount of power that you can ever have on a base. You can just keep adding to it.
Emergency. A quantum detonation has occurred in the Aurora's drive core. The reactor will reach a supercritical state in T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
The radiation suit has been added to your blueprint.
Yeah,
database.
so now we gotta build a radiation suit, and part of that is that now we cannot actually approach the ship without getting radiated by the radiation in the water. We could have approached the ship earlier than that, but there would have been no way to actually go inside the ship at the time, so there was no reason to go there. All right, what I was trying to do is offload a bunch of this excess items that I have. Lead is another resource that we're going to need a lot of. Always good to have extra batteries on you in case you run out of power on a tool. So stuff like acid mushrooms, say, right? Like, we don't actually need to keep any of that in storage because, hey, it's right outside the base anyway. If we need the acid mushrooms, we can just come out here and pick them all. Same thing with, like, this specific type of coral. If we ever need this, we can just run up here, knife it, get as much coral as we want. The stuff we actually want is stuff that's more like this type of coral, which we don't necessarily have infinite of.
Oxygen.
So all that should be down here now. One thing to note, though, is that because the game is kind of janky, sometimes stuff will phase through the ground. So you can't necessarily count on stuff that you leave on the ground staying there. So obviously the more pain in the ass stuff to get is going to be the stuff that is not near your home base. Anyway, I should be able to make an upgraded oxygen tank now, right? It is a bit annoying that you have to unequip it in order for it to do it, though. So, high capacity tank. Oh, I'm missing glass? No, I'm not. Because I have quartz. So, now I've got the high capacity tank. So, another thing is... Can I build this? No, I need this. And there we go. So one thing that I can demonstrate is if you're underwater, and now we've got the 135 count oxygen, if you're underwater and you're starting to, let's say you're, exploring somewhere really deep and you're starting to run out of oxygen and you don't have enough time to get back to the surface, you can actually hot swap. You can actually hot swap these, so you can actually swap them back and forth with each other. See, and if I swap these. And that's a way to basically get additional time underwater. But what that also means is you probably want an extra oxygen tank in your inventory at all times, which does take up a fair amount of space. Alright, so the mobile vehicle bay requires lubricant. So, and what does the power cell require? Batteries and silicone rubber, which we have. Alright, so we needed to make an expedition out to the creep vine biome to obtain as much creep vine as we can. Where is that biome? There it is. Yeah, see, my inventory is already full because of all that. And imagine if I didn't have an expanded inventory. It would be a nightmare. Can I really not put a wall locker here? Huh. All right. I probably don't need all the extra water that I've been hoarding, so let's just... I'm gonna rename this locker Consumables. And I'll dump a bunch of this excess water and fish and whatnot in here. Alright, I should be able to make a mobile vehicle bay now, right? Yeah. Just redirecting these consumables over here instead. Anyway, so now we've got our mobile vehicle bay. It should be above some kind of deep water, so let's put it right here. We can climb this. But unfortunately, we are missing the ingredients for the vehicle. So for right now, that'll just continue to float there. And we're missing the ingredients for the Seaglide as well. So in the meantime, resource acquisition continues. So let's go in a direction we haven't been in before. Oh, that is a lot of coral. Let's just get all this. Alright, well, if we just got hit by a crash fish, that means there's a crash fish cave somewhere that we can grab some cave sulfur from, and there it is. Something new on the radio. Dump all this.
This is Officer Keenan, Light Pod 19. The captain is gone. I have assumed command. The last thing the captain did was give me coordinates for dry land. We regroup 1.5 kilometers southwest of the crash site. Stay together and good luck. This message will now repeat.
Rendezvous coordinates corrupted. Transmission origin coordinates downloaded. Signal location uploaded to PDA.
So we've got our radiation suit now. One other thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put a fabricator in here so that I have a fabricator in this base that has more power than the life pod. Other than that, all right. So 1,200 meters away is life pod 19. Let's go. Actually, before that, I think I should probably gather up as much creep vine as I can so that I don't have to keep going and getting it. Oh, do I have a fire extinguisher in here? Oh, I need to put that away. So here's our first shipwreck. So this one's fairly tame by comparison, but we will be getting some more that are a lot bigger later. Beacon fragment. Grav trap fragment.
New blueprint acquired.
Anyway, let's get some creep vine. How's my inventory doing? I can get a little more. So I'm short on quartz now, unfortunately. Yep, there's another crash fish. Another radio signal. Oh, full inventory? Hang on. What do I have in my inventory? Let's drink some water. This would be a great cave to explore, but I think right now I just have too little inventory space to do it. So where is this located relative to the life pod? It is located 75 meters south of here. Okay. $75 meters that way. Yeah, roughly between south and southeast. Put the fire extinguisher in this one. That ought to do that. Another radio message.
This is Avery Quinn, trading ship Sunbeam. Aurora, do you read? Over? Nothing but vacuum. These Altera ships. They run low on engine grease, send an SOS, you offer help, they don't pick up. Aurora, I'm out on the far side of the system. It's gonna take more than a week to reach your position. Do you still need our assistance? Over. I'll try them again tomorrow. Damn charter's gonna have us blowing our credits running errands for Altera. See what the long-range scans pick up in the meantime.
Hello, what's up? So you have a base already, been playing this before? I've played this many times before. This is another playthrough, basically just a relaxing day. It was raining outside. Nice relaxing day of Subnautica, survival mode. I do have some mods installed specifically to help with UI and inventory frustration, but nothing that, you know, makes the game easier in any of that sense. Where was that cave system? It was 75 meters away. This is too far away. So it was around this distance. I just have to find where. Where in the world was that cave system? 82 meters. Was it over there? I do dislike that you can't get away from those even running at max speed before you get the Seaglide, but it is what it is. All right. More quartz is always very important. Can I kill these? Huh. I would like to knife this. No? All right. Do I have these scanned? Yes, I do. Okay. So I already got that one. Med kit. That does seem to be that entire cave system explored, at least. Alright, so before we move on, I do want to check, has anything in there respawned? You can stick a floater onto the fish? I didn't know that. Oh, there's a stalker in here, eh? No, nothing has. Okay. Have I scanned the bladderfish yet? I have. Okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
All right, let's put all this away. This is looking like a long-term expedition, so let's take this out of the inventory, and maybe I want some more water. Medkit should have respawned by now, right? Yeah. All right, Life Pod 19, mission away. Nighttime does have its quality to it. The idea that a lot of the fish are bioluminescent, it seems. It's very pretty. New biome? Yep, new biome. Go down here for some brain coral. Love the music in the game? Indeed. I should be able to scan this thing, right? Yeah, fighters.
Short-range scans suggest this biome supports extensive biodiversity and connects to a number of small cave networks.
I should scan this too, yeah.
New creature discovered.
And now there's the sand sharks. Jittery folk, ain't they? Alright, there we go. Oh, that's a new thing too. The spadefish.
New creature discovered.
Oh, is that our first reef back? It is. Let's make sure to get the quartz down here. The gentle giants of the deep. And they do have resources on the top. They also have these things, which do shoot you. Let's make sure we don't get hit. And then they also have these, like, I don't know, these, they say barnacles. They're like pustules. How do I break this? There we go. All right. So tell me something, if you've played the game before, why haven't you gone to the island yet to get grow beds and food and whatnot? So I'm playing this as more of a guided tour of the game, in a sense. And so I'm trying to do it, I guess, roughly in the order that you'd probably do it if it was your first time. Which means heading directly for the island because I know it's there isn't something. I forget what the biome this is called, but, you know. It's a creepy one, that's for sure. Like, I don't particularly have a need to go to the island yet. Like, yes, it would make things a little more efficient, but I'm fine as is.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
That's another thing. When you go down further, your oxygen gets used up faster. So you'll notice over here there are these piles of resources that you can't get without drilling them. And you can't drill them without the mech suit, which you don't get until way later in the game. And then, like, by the time you get it, I never really found it worthwhile to drill any of these deposits. Too much back and forth with the mech suit, too much, like, you don't get enough resources even from them even to make it really worthwhile.
30 seconds.
And by the time you can even get the mech suit, like, those, like, you know, drilling for lead isn't really something you need to be doing. All right. To Life Pod 19. So there's a wreck. Wow, they're really down deep, eh?
100 meters. Oxygen efficiency greatly decreased.
What is this? Huh. Prawn suit torpedo fragment. Moonpool fragment, that's gonna be relevant. I don't even have enough time to swim up, do I?
Oxygen.
Alright, switch.
New blueprint acquired. New blueprint acquired.
Do I need a laser cutter for this wreck? I do, don't I? Maybe. Wow, that's a trench.
30 seconds.
200 meters, can I make it?
New blueprint acquired.
Oh, not at this rate.
Diversity in this region is unusually low. Cause unknown.
I'm not gonna make it. Oh man, that sucks. So that's what happens when you die. Oh, it was totally intentional that I did that. Yeah. So you never lose your tools, but you do lose any other resources you had acquired up until then from that are in your inventory, which is another reason why you want to be dropping stuff off in lockers as much as possible. And that's another thing. You can go down a lot further than you think you are, and then not have as much time to get back up as you think you have. Anyway. Well, back over there. Actually, do I have any other thing I can build yet? Oh, and there's a radio transmission, right? Yeah. Let's see. The rebreather. Yeah. So let's swap that out for right now. Because I'm not going to the Aurora crash site yet. Oh, I should switch out these oxygen tanks as well. And let's see, Seaglide I still don't have the fragments I need for. Alright. Oh, radio.
Aurora, this is Sunbeam again. We just picked up a massive debris field at your location. I didn't know how many of you... I didn't know. We're now en route to your location. We're gonna bring you home. Sunbeam out. What else can I say? The only time I parked a rig this big on a rock that small was in VR. And I blew it. It's a bad option, all right, but so are all the others.
So we've got a rescue party coming to get us. Definitely nothing will go wrong. always that far away. Oh, is that the purple cave? That is the purple cave, isn't it? All right, we gotta come back there. Ooh, another wreck. Hang on a tick.
Show a nearby cave
Yeah.
entrance, depth 90 meters.
That's gonna be relevant later.
Environmental biome.
Oh, we need the laser cutter for this wreck? That's unfortunate. Are there laser cutter fragments here? So that's one thing that can be an issue with this game, which is that you acquire certain technologies not through direct progression paths that the game gives you, like with radio messages, but sometimes you have to find stuff by just literally scanning objects. And the laser cutter is one of them. So if you just happen not to find some laser cutter fragments, you can get stuck. And that was one of the things that really frustrated me on my first playthrough, which is that I just didn't find the laser cutter fragments after intentionally looking for them. And that completely blocked my progress for hours because I couldn't find them. It takes way longer to get to the surface than I remember. Maybe I should use some of those air bladders. But really, like, you should just not put yourself in a position to die from being so far down in the first place. I would say the best thing the game has going for it is its sense of atmosphere. The calm, shallow waters and the deep, scary ocean, the very light synth background music, the groans of faraway alien life forms, the sounds of being underwater, bubbles and water currents, the lighting that's bright on the surface and darkens as you go underneath, further and further down. Stuff like reefbacks, with their echoing, booming groans. When it gets to nighttime and the ocean lights up with all the bioluminescent fish. So there's an island, which is not visible in the distance. So right now, we're just gonna go investigate this distress signal, and then we will go and investigate the island. So that's the shipwreck, right? Way, way far down in this trench. All right, let's get directly above it and then go up to the surface to regain our oxygen and then go way down in there. All right. And we can see this awesome island that is being kept aloft by big ol' floaters. Look at that island. I'm surprised we come all the way over here this early. I thought this would have come up later. So There is a PDA that's been knocked out of the life pod.
Integrating new PDA data.
And a new data set. Ultra high capacity tank.
New blueprint acquired. Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Oh, is this brain gel over here? Awesome. Oh, and lithium. Lithium's also very important.
New blueprint acquired.
All right, we're gonna run out of air, so let's resurface.
Seconds.
I can't really explore down that far right now just because of how often I have to resurface.
Oxygen.
All right.
This is Aurora, come in.
This is Keen. Life pod detached to OK planet fall in 30 seconds.
The computer has identified a landmass at the attached coordinates. I want you to regroup the crew there.
Understood, but
they are your responsibility.
Man, we need laser cutters for this wreck as well. That sucks.
Captain, you need to evacuate.
Negative. You'll need the ship in one piece if you're going to contact HQ.
There's just so much we can't unlock right now because of all the laser cutter doors that we need to get through.
Captain!
There's the data box. Vehicle upgrade console.
New blueprint acquired.
All right. So right now we can't get into anything there because of lack of a laser cutter. So, wait, where's the island? Oh, there it is. So the islands are intentionally obscured from your view at the beginning because I imagine if you landed in the life pod and saw an island in the distance, you would just immediately go to it. So it makes sense in terms of game progression, but it makes no sense in terms of the island's actual visibility. I think the game should cheat, and then once you actually get here, the island should always be visible in the distance. Oh, I can scan these giant floaters, can't I? There we go. We are now on the island, and there's lots of stuff to scan here.
Picking up multiple energy signatures on the island's surface.
Do note there are hostile half-life crabs on the island.
Yeah.
I accidentally cut myself a bunch of these voxel shrub seeds, which I don't need, so let's just drop all that off. So lots of non-water plants. So specifically, the bulbo trees are going to be what is relevant on this island. So we can cut ourselves a bulbo tree seed, which we can eat, but more importantly, we can transport this back to our base and use it as a repeatable source of food so that we don't have to keep catching fish. So this island contains some structures that have already been built by people who came here before us, and that is going to allow us to acquire a lot of necessary technology. Well, not necessary, but useful. So what's the fastest way up there? New radio message. All right. So I believe there are 2 rec sites, or 3 rec sites. There should be, there's the one up here, there's the one here, and I believe there's a 3rd one. Is this laser cutter fragment? No, stasis rifle fragment. But importantly, there's this PDA and the purple tablet.
New PDA data.
And we can scan these rooms as well, which will give us better construction options back at our home base.
New blueprint acquired.
We also got plants to scan.
New blueprint acquired.
We've got marble melons and Chinese potatoes. Unfortunately, so I believe the bulbo tree is the best one out of all of these, so we're just not going to bother with that.
New blueprint acquired.
Also a data box over here. Ultra glide fins.
New blueprint acquired. Integrating new PDA data. New blueprint acquired. New blueprint acquired.
There's also the lantern trees over here. So lantern trees, the lantern fruit can be used as a power source for generators. Purple tablet establishes that there's aliens.
Son, I said wait for the storm to pass. Your life's more valuable to me than a plant patch.
You stopped being in charge when the ship you were captaining sunk.
I'll stop being in charge when you take charge of yourself.
Say, Chief. Chief,
What?
do you know how to drain those grow beds of 40 tons of stormwater? Or how to conjure food from the air?
I know how to prioritize.
I'm just saying, if that's so, what's your boy's life worth to you today? If tomorrow you're gonna be so hungry you start wondering what he tastes like, let him go deal with the plants.
Son, go deal with the plants.
Bard, Torgo has disembarked the habitat.
Interfere with my family again, and when rescue arrives, I will leave you here. Do you understand me?
No rescue coming, Chief. Not in time. No staying here neither. This rain keeps falling, sooner or later this place will be buried. The only choice we got is whether to get buried with it.
So the Degassi survivors are the ones who built all of these
New blueprint
on the island.
What is that thing?
I don't know. I found it outside in the sand.
Part of another ship?
None I've ever seen.
It's not even scratched.
Don't fool around with it. It might be worth something.
Stand down, Chief. If it were gonna crumble to dust, it would have done so when I picked it up.
It's glowing.
We're not the first people to come to this planet.
People. Maybe. Could be aliens. Could be the damn sea monsters for all we know. One thing for sure, we ain't gonna find out by staying here.
New blueprint acquired. Integrating new PDA data.
So all this stuff like desks and chairs and whatnot, you can get lots of interior pieces that you can use to build bases, in your bases rather, but they all require resources, and because of the resource futzing with this game and how long it takes to acquire resources, even though most of them are just made out of basic titanium, I never found it to be worth it to actually build any non-functional and just purely decorative interior pieces in the base. So I think that's stuff that's more appropriate for creative mode. Anyway.
Chief's log, 5 weeks since the crash. The only other survivors are my son, Bart, and Maida, the cut-price mercenary I commissioned for the journey. After days drifting in the life pod, rain hammering on the roof, the weather cleared and we washed up here. I had Maida salvage the Degazi wreck, set Bart to finding us a stable source of food. His education is paying off sooner than I'd anticipated. Our only problem is Maida. She says the weather's going to turn. I say she's finding excuses to risk our lives. I imagine she's not gonna weaken her life without a physical altercation, and she's itching for a fight. In every judgment she makes, things go from bad to worse. If she had my experience, she'd have more faith. Humans have spent millennia specializing in how to shackle nature to our will. This planet won't cause us any new problems. My one task now is to keep us alive, as comfortably as possible, until the insurance company arranges rescue. In this part of space, that could be months, or even years.
Integrating new PDA data.
So that is almost everything of relevance here.
New blueprint acquired.
There's one other important thing on this island, but we'll get to that later. In the meantime, although I would love to go down and explore the ocean floor and other stuff there, I really need to get back to my home base so that I can build better equipment. So a better oxygen tank, a better better fins, and so on. And just set up the base in a better way in general. So for now, I think we're done with the island.
This island is a godsend. Look out of the window. No predators, fresh food.
No building materials, nothing left of the ship, and your kid says we're gonna starve without more grow beds. Speak up, kid.
It's true, Father. The natural growth rates are too slow to keep supporting us.
All I'm saying is ocean's got us surrounded. No use hiding. Sooner or later, we'll get our feet wet.
The rest of your life may have been a fight, Maida, but I've made my decision. You want to forfeit your emergency pay to take a swim? Go ahead.
Believe me, I'm thinking on it.
This is the first time I've seen sunlight in months. After all that time in the deep, I'd been dreaming of it. Now that I'm back here, I'm finding it hard to enjoy alone. Father was right. We should never have left this place. We shouldn't have gone so deep. They do not want us down there. Despite my best efforts, ill health is taking hold of me. The visions are getting worse. Marguerite and Father are now part of the ecosystem of this incredible planet. It's reassuring to know that when I go, I'll join them. Until then, well, there's always the view.
So, yep, the Degazi survivors. There's more to their story, but basically they also crash landed here, set up shop on that island, but eventually we're gone. Ooh, a laser cutter fragment. Is that a Seamoth part? Hang on. Yeah, it's a Seamoth part. Oh, we got the Seamoth unlocked now.
Oxygen.
We have to board the Aurora, repair the long-range comms, make contact with the other survivors.
We can't be the only two that made it.
Those are not the orders the captain gave me, and they are not the orders I'm giving you.
This isn't chain of command, it's survival.
My obligations as acting commander don't turn on their convenience. Get out of the water.
If I get into trouble, I'll send you my coordinates.
I can't let you go alone.
Then come with me.
You don't leave me much choice.
Received emergency transmission from Second Officer Keene, 2 hours after last activity.
Rendezvous was a failure. Intercepted a transmission from Altera HQ. Seems they sent a data package to the Aurora. We were intercepted by a Leviathan-class predator before we could reach the ship. Consider the CTO and I lost at sea. Be safe. Keene, out.
Check that box to see if there's a laser fragment in there. Or anything else of value. Mobile vehicle bay fragment. Alright. So while I do like that the map is very big and there's lots to explore, I do think the map is too big and it takes too long because you can't carry any number of things with you and you need to drop off excess inventory back at your base and you need to go back to your base to get to the fabricator and the radio, etc. What winds up happening is you have a lot of time backtracking to your base to make sure that you can drop off excess resources, that you can get back to the fabricator and build stuff. So it's not ideal. Anyway. Stasis rifle unlocked, don't need that yet. Okay, so where's the ultra high capacity tank? Didn't we unlock that? High capacity O2 tank, we have that already. Blueprints, equipment. Let's see, habitat installations, no. Power, no. Vehicles, no. Data downloads, that's not it. Survival package, additional technical. No? Huh. Air pump? No, that's not it. Blueprints. I thought we unlocked the ultra high capacity. Maybe we only unlocked one set, like 1 out of 3. Oh, the Seamoth isn't complete. We only have 1 out of 3 Seamoth. Okay. No, there it is. Ultra high capacity tank. We need lithium and we are missing 2 lithium. Okay. So let's see. We're missing lithium. What else can we build right now? And then we're just missing blueprints for other stuff. Yeah. Where's my base? Okay.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
I'm gonna need another room for this stuff, so... Why are some of them recessed in more? Hang on. All right, drop off all this stuff. Actually, hang on. So there's an important thing we need to do. Oh wait, that's going to be later though. Which is the exterior grow bed. So, where's the life pod? Right here?
Farming alien plants is a proven survival strategy. Green McGill survived 47 months on a healthy, raw salad of live tree roaches and stank root.
So, now that we have this exterior grow bed, we can put plants in it. So I can put this creep vine in here, and it will produce my own creep vine, and that way I'll have creep vine right next to the life pod and my base, and I don't have to run out and go grab it from way over in the creepvine biome every single time. Let's put this right next to it. Let's see. This has to go on a relatively flat surface, unfortunately. Why can I not... Do I just not have the titanium for it, or what? No, it just really actually can't get placed anywhere here. It should definitely be able to get placed here. Exterior grow bed. I've got the titanium for it. There we go, finally. So rather than creep vine, I kind of want to grow other things that I'm going to need. Because there's other stuff that we'll need later besides just creep vine. But for right now, this can be a creep vine bed. And then I'm going to need more grow beds. So do I have to make a platform for it? Hang on. Boy, it's picky about where you can put this. Really? It can't go here? There we go. So, let's put the gel sacks here, and then we can cut the gel sacks to get gel sack seeds. And then we can put these gel sacks here. And the great thing about putting creep vines into these planters is that these will produce light so that this area will be lit up at night and it'll be easier to see from a distance. Anyways, so, even though this is rotten, and this is also rotten, we can still use them as base plants for interior agriculture. So right now I just need to move everything out of these lockers. Because I need to deconstruct these lockers so that I can change the interior of the base. So for right now, let's just move all of this. Oh, yeah. Oh, I have extra creep vine in here. That helps. I can get a faster start on this in that case. So, plant all of that. All right, there we go. So now I can deconstruct this stuff. Wait, this isn't empty? Okay. All right, excellent. And now I should be able to deconstruct this, right? Oh, this is technically a wall locker on this side? Darn. All right, hang on.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Does that work? There we go. So now I should be able to make a multi-purpose room. There we go.
It may be prudent to separate work and leisure spaces to maximize productivity. Treat this space as your home, but never forget that it is not.
Just make sure we continue the wall locker escapades over here. And now I can use this area for indoor grow beds, so actually, where is the outside? It is to the right of here. Okay. So if I'm ever going to expand this room, it's going to be to the left. So let's put an indoor grow bed here. And an indoor grow bed here. And now we can plant the bulbo tree sample here and the lantern fruit there. And now those will grow. And then we can have an infinite source of water and food without having to go exploring for them. Oh, I'm out of quartz. Technically, the windows aren't strictly necessary. I can deconstruct these for materials. All right. So right now, I believe that I don't have anything prudent. So I should continue to look for resources. So I'm currently missing blueprints and potentially resources for other things, which means I should just continue. I also have a radio transmission to get. All right, what do we got?
High priority automated message from Aurora Live Pod 13 coordinates attached. Live Pod is carrying high priority passenger.
Yoki Kasa. I said Kasa. Why do I have to record this anyway?
Send immediate burial detail.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
All right, where is it? Way the F over there. So again, I'm just looking for blueprints and additional resources. Especially resources that I don't have near my home base. Seaglide fragment. Oh, hang on.
New blueprint acquired.
We're gonna go craft that before we do anything else. Seaglide is gonna make it so much easier to get around. Never have too many of these basic material components.
Oxygen.
Okay, first of all, I definitely want to make another battery. Secondly, Seaglide. I need lube and copper wire. Here we go.
The Seaglide will increase your effective exploration range. For your safety, please pack supplies for long journeys and stay within 5 kilometers of the nearest life pod or habitat.
Let's get some more lockers in here. All right. So this is going to be my primary base. I've got my fabricator, I've got the radio and the life pod out there, and then I've got my consumables locker, which is the locker that I need for actual consumable items. And then I've got these grow beds inside here to produce plants, which they have not produced yet, but they will. So, actually, one more thing to check. I'm not missing anything else, right? That's the Seaglide. I probably want a beacon, but I'm not sure. Tools. I don't have the laser cutter unlocked yet. Okay. So now the Seaglide. So this moves us a lot faster. It's got a flashlight. Oh, there's another radio signal. Hang on.
This is Sunbeam.
Yeah.
You know Aurora. We're from a little transgov on the far side of Andromeda, and we have a saying there. There's no bad without the good, no good without the bad. Sounds like you tasted a bunch of the former, but that only means you're overdue a whole lot of the latter. Might just be we're it. We're scanning for somewhere to park. We'll be in touch when we find it. Sunbeam out.
So now the Seaglide is going to let us get around a lot faster than before. Also, it gives us a flashlight, which is helpful. But as you can see, it takes a lot of power. We're already at 91% power just in the limited amount of time that we've used it, which means you always have to have spare batteries. Ooh, the mushroom forest. You can scan this. There's manta rays. Another thing to scan. Jelly ray.
The biomass in this area is dominated by plant life, picking up faint or terra vehicle signatures.
Also, because the Seaglide allows us to move faster, it lets us resurface faster. So it basically extends the range of our underwater exploration because we can dive faster and we can rise up faster. That should be another Seamoth part or something. No, Cyclops hull fragment. All Alright, Life Pod 13. What do we got? More lithium. A PDA. Is that all that's in here?
Integrating new PDA data.
Live pod launch sequence initiated. Entering planetary atmosphere.
My creators, the cherishers and sustainers of worlds, give me this day my daily pleasures as I give to those who seek pleasures from me.
External temperature approaching critical levels.
Show me the path. In life, truth, and love for mine is the power. I am the one. On and off and on again.
Impact imminent.
Life is a game which the universe plays with itself. I am done playing as this bundle of flesh. Return me.
You are currently inside a long calcified root system. Evidence suggests it was eaten away by other life forms over many centuries to form these natural caves.
Well, I hope there's an exit out the top. Lithium, okay. It does look like, according to the underwater sonar map, that there's a way out, but I'm not sure if that's actually correct or not.
30 seconds.
It might not be, actually.
Oxygen.
Alright, swap this. Alright, we got a bit more time, but not infinite. Oh my god, I so hope that there's a way out of here. Maybe there just isn't. F me, there isn't, is there?
Remember that materials you gather are the property of the All-Terra Corporation. You will be liable to reimburse the full market.
Oh, whew, there is.
Your current bill stands at 3 million credits.
So we got our first diamond. And our second diamond. I imagine there's more to that life pod than just that, right? Usually the life pods will be near some kind of area of importance. All right, it was life pod 13, right? So, what is this near that's important? Is there a trench somewhere around here? Is there a shipwreck somewhere around here? I'm not seeing anything. Ooh, valuable resources. Oh, our first encounter with the warpers.
Seconds. Ox-detecting multiple Leviathan class life forms in the region. Are you certain whatever you're doing is worth it?
All right, I hear you, PDA lady. Let's escape. What is going on with the draw distance here? Alright, let's turn this off. Another radio signal. All right. I assume the radio signal is from the sunbeam.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Do I have a wall-mounted battery recharger yet? Interior, I do not. That is unfortunate. Aha. Full inventory. All right. Get rid of these creature eggs. So now I've got access to my creep vines. These are not fully mature yet because I can't pick them, but otherwise it's fine. I do need to reallocate these. I do wish I could put another grow bed right next to this, but I guess I can't. Oh, I can put a grow bed right here, you say. What about here? No? Oh. I had it for a second. Right there. So we'll use these for future plants that I don't have yet. And let's see, I need a high capacity, ultra high capacity tank, right? But I can't build it from the fabricator. That's odd. Still don't have the laser cutter fragment, which is very unfortunate. So I guess in the meantime, I'll just keep trying to find more blueprints. Can I make a moon pool yet? No. Also, dude, so we're just blocked by having not having access to stuff. All right, so let's pick some of this lantern fruit, and then we can plant the lantern fruit here. Oh, there's one more right here. All right, lantern fruit is a go. 96% grown for the bulbo tree, so we'll have to come back for that. All right, I can free up some inventory space by putting the radiation helmet in there for now, because I don't need it. All right, are we done here yet? All right, we're done. So now we can knife this 3 times. Plant some more bulbo. And now this will be basically an infinitely replenishing source of food for whenever we make it back to the base. In the meantime, there are multiple places I want to explore before getting to the sunbeams, so I believe if I turn back on LifePod 19 signal, that will take us directly to the path of the purple cave. I actually need to get myself a pipe system, don't I? All right, so let's make an air pump. And then let's get a bunch of pipes. And this is gonna have to go really low. So we should be able to fully explore the purple cave area. I believe it's on the way to this. But I don't remember exactly where it is. Actually, I don't remember even vaguely where it is. Oh, there's a stalker tooth. Yep, we ran out of power. Alright, I gotta resurface. I'm gonna run out of air.
30 seconds.
Boy, this is creepy. Just swimming into a black void that you can't see. All right. There's more brain stuff. Ooh, a ruby. All sorts of valuables down here. Already got that.
30 seconds.
What else is around here, I guess, is the question.
Oxygen.
So there's that island. I've already gotten everything I needed from there. Actually, it should be directly under the island, right? Yeah. Here's some ominous stuff. And the problem is right now we just can't go down this far. You really need the Seamoth. Oh, a sea treader. And one of those warpers. So those are hostile, these are not. Back to the surface.
Oxygen.
So I believe if we just go directly down from the island, we will get to a location of importance. Problem is we can't stay down here, so what's the best way to do this? I could make a pipe system down here. I don't know where the actual entrance is, though. I want to find where the entrance is before I go committing a pipe network. Oh, there it is. Okay. That looks like the trench. So let's go directly up from here. Where is the little, like, oasis area here? Is it right there? Yeah, it's right there. Okay. To be fair, though, this isn't where you come to the island from. It'd be probably better to do it from the direction of the life pod. So, like, right here, let's say. So that will suck down oxygen from over here, and then we can... Whoops. Now we can pipe network this, so... Alright, where is the life pod signal? Down there. And I'm out of pipes. Okay. So this is as far down as we can go right now. All right. Problem is, there's no way of knowing to go back there. I do wish there was like a little, I don't know, light on the end of it or something, so that I knew where it was. Yeah, stay away from these guys. Okay, how far down can I go? Probably as far down as I want, as long as I had more pipes, but I didn't bring more pipes, unfortunately. Yeah, you really need the Seamoth for this area. See, the problem is without a a light or a beacon or anything to pinpoint where the pipe is, you get disoriented and then you don't know where it is. Which leaves your only option as just going straight up.
Seconds.
And so this is where some of the frustration in the game can come from, is like right now I'm basically kind of locked out because I need the Seamoth in order to explore in very deep areas. And I can't build it because I don't have the blueprints for it. And I need the laser cutter also to explore in some very deep areas, and I also can't build that because I don't have the blueprints for it. So until I find blueprints, I'm stuck not being able to explore anymore. All right.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
So let's see. Let's put away this 0% battery. Need to build some new batteries. Put away all this loot. Okay. So now I can just eat these. So let's see, there should be more brain coral. There's 6 slots remaining. 7 slots remaining. I should just get a bunch of extra of this stuff while I can, right? So seed all of this back in here. How many more seeds do I have? 6. And now I should be able to just collect the rest of them, right? And then I can replant these seeds. Reseeded, ready to go. And we can put all the gel sacks back here. Same thing with... Oh. I guess I should put these fish in here too. And same thing with all the creep vine. Is this ready yet? No. Oh, it is. All right. This is going to take a few trips. And so strangely enough, it'll continue to emit light even if you take all of the seed clusters out of there. Which I think is a bug, I'm not sure. But at least in terms of gameplay purposes, it's good because it still continues to light up the place. All right. Let's get that radio.
Land re-recorded distress call.
This is Ozzy from the cafeteria. What the hell, guys? They didn't warn us this might happen. Our pod was almost crushed by the Seamoth Bay on the way down. Now we're hanging on the edge of a cave system, and this grim-looking snake thing's trying to eat through the hull.
There we go. That's the purple caves.
It's already.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Aurora, we're approaching the planet now. We have a landing site for you that's... well, it's better than the alternatives. We've sent you the coordinates. It'll take us a couple of days to align our orbit. We should be able to establish direct contact with you during that time. Then we're coming in to get you. Cross your fingers the weather holds. Don't leave us waiting. Sunbeam out.
All right, it's going to take a while for the sunbeam to get here, so... in the meantime, we can go explore the purple caves. Should make sure I get a lot of these pipes. Okay. Where is the distress call? Life pod 17, stranded near a cave system. Let's go Is that a salt cluster? Salt deposit, yep.
Integrating new PDA
Ooh,
data.
Seamoth fragment. 2 of 3, so we just need 1 more and we can build it. Scanner room fragment.
Integrating new PDA data.
Oh, is that the last one? Yeah, the last one. There's also a really big shipwreck here. So I'm gonna make sure that, where is it?
30 seconds.
I'm gonna turn this on. So that we know to come back here, because we're gonna need to make a return trip back to the base. Oh, I don't have a, well, actually I don't need a moon pool right now. Alright, I assume I need a laser cutter for this, so let's explore what we can. Bioreactor fragment. All right, so oh wow, I built a lot more pipes than I thought I did. All right, you can definitely explore inside of this. So where is the entrance? Is it down here?
30 seconds.
Right, there's a door, can't go through that. Way down here at the bottom. Does this lead anywhere? No. It's not going to be like some weird place on the side. It's going to be an obvious entrance. See, that looks like a pipe system that we can go through, so let's see. There we go, there's the entrance. All right, so 1 sec, let's resupply air. All right, there we go.
blueprint acquired.
There's a PDA. The Gossi crew manifest.
PDA data.
So is this the... Oh, battery charger fragment. 1 of 2. Propulsion cannon fragment. There's scannable something over there. Propulsion cannon fragment. That'll be important later.
Acquired.
Alright, I think that's all there is to explore in here.
New blueprint acquired.
Which is kind of surprising given how big this shipwreck is.
New blueprint acquired. 30 seconds.
Alright. So now, hopefully we can build the Seamoth.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Bulbo tree. Replenishable food and water. All right. So now, where is my vehicle deployment platform? Here we go. Seamoth.
The Seamoth is a fast, safe mode of transport, but remember that swimming is good for your glutes and endorphin levels.
Captain.
So the Seamoth is basically our underwater mobile transport system now. And it is a mobile supply of air, which is the most important part. So this is what's going to allow us to explore far and wide and deep. I probably have too many pipes and air pumps with me now. So I guess I don't actually need all of this. Hang on. We also got another radio.
This is Life Pod 2, coordinates attached. We're way past our safe depth and bleeding O2. We'll have to swim for the surface, but it's 500 meters straight up. We'll make for the rendezvous and keep you posted. Out.
Signal location uploaded to PDA.
This so the Seamoth also has a beacon, and I think it's important to turn that one to be visible underwater as well. I'll make this one orange so that we know the difference on site. All right, where is the new coordinates? Wait, why are we like at an angle inside of this? There we go. Life pod number 2. Oh wow, that's really far out. Okay, before that, let's go back over here. So unfortunately, the Seamoth currently only has a depth limit of 200 meters, which means if it goes lower than 200, we can't take it with us, or else it'll get damaged. But we can explore using the Seamoth as a point of origin, just like how we could use the pump and pipes as a point of origin. Except the Seamoth actually has a beacon attached to it, so we always know where it is. So right here, and then here's the cave. So as you can see, we're already almost at 200 meter depth, unfortunately. So we really can't go any lower than this. So the Seamoth is going to have to hug the ceiling.
The conditions in this cave support a microcosm of unique, possibly predatory life forms. Detecting an artificial structure somewhere in the region. Signal location uploaded to PDA.
So we should be able to scan these mushrooms, or not.
New PDA data.
Or did I already did it up above? Okay. Another thing to note is the floor contains valuable resources. So indigenous life form Oculus. Not quite sure how that's different than the peeper, but okay. And this is a magnetite deposit, but there should be regular old magnetite, yeah. So yet another resource that we're gonna need. There's also diamonds on the cave floor, which is yet more stuff we're gonna need. Where is our Seamoth? Over there, okay. And then there's these hostile snake things that come out of the mushrooms, which I can hopefully scan. No? Alright. So while we're in here, we should obtain as much magnetite as possible, along with any other resources that we can scrounge. Alright, back to the Seamoth. And so the Seamoth has headlights and is visible on the map via a beacon. Just load back up on our... The Seamoth, unfortunately, also has limited power. I believe the Seamoth is solar powered.
Maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
So this cave structure, or this cave system, unfortunately, does go into areas that are lower than 200 meters. So it will get to the point where our Seamoth will be too far away. Like right here. Although thankfully this doesn't actually go anywhere. mostly. Also, thermal vents.
New creature discovered.
An eye. Alright, where's the Seamoth? So delicious sources of lithium, gold. Magnetite's the main, like, big important one down here. Aha! Another man-made platform. Alright, nothing in there. Back to the Seamoth.
30 seconds.
So there's the proposed Degassi habitat. What do we got? Thermal vent. Okay.
Warning, maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
So these stalactites are being a problem in terms of reversal. I can probably navigate around them, but... Alright, how high is the ceiling here? Nah, it's too low. So, although we don't know it, allegedly, on this one, there actually are two entrances to these purple caves. And we can technically just go around to the other side. We don't have to try to navigate through this.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
So let's try to leave this cave system, although I'm completely disoriented. Where's the life pod? Over there?
Warning, maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
This is the wrong way, isn't it? Yikes. Alright, well, hang on.
Warning, maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Where is the way out of here? I think it's this way. Here we go. Alright, so let's shut that off. And so where is the proposed habitat for the Degassi base? That's Life Pod 2. The heck is it? Well, it has to be underground, right? There we go. Yeah, I got a laser cutter this one open too. So the main challenge with the Purple Cave is trying to figure out how do you navigate it without the ability to take the Seamoth low enough, right? Because the Seamoth only has a crush depth of 200 meters at this point in the game, and the Degassi base ceiling of the cave is lower than 200 meters. However, there's a second entrance somewhere over here. It's pretty much right on top of it, too. Radiation. Oh, am I too close to the Aurora? Yeah. Alright, where is it? It's somewhere in this biome before we cross over to the Aurora biome. I think I even saw it earlier, right? And we can't get too close to the Aurora, right? Yeah. Nope. Is it here? Yeah, here it is.
Warning. Maximum depth
Whoops.
reached. Hull damage imminent.
Much better than going throughout the whole cave system. All right. And there's all sorts of important tech to find down here. Modification blueprints, thermal plant fragments, nuclear reactor fragments. Water filtration machine.
New blueprint acquired.
Stasis rifle.
Integrating new PDA data.
Son, there is always a pecking order. And in our world, money makes a hierarchy. I pay Maida a fraction of what I pay you, and you a fraction of what I pay me.
If money makes the hierarchy, why is Marguerite making the decisions?
We need her. We let her think what she likes, so long as she does what she's told.
What if she doesn't?
For enough money, she will. People always do.
All right.
I thought it might get claustrophobic living underwater. Father feels it is. He'd tell me it was childish, but I stare out the window and sometimes I think how lucky I am to see this world up close. Back on the island, I wouldn't have believed the creatures that live down here. The fish, they glow. There's one that's 90% eyeball. Snakes twice the length of a habitat compartment. Certainly, it's not all friendly. Most of the plant life is toxic. Learned that the hard way. But I've managed to coax some marble melons into growing indoors. And when they don't cover our dietary needs, well, we eat the fish themselves. It's a bit gross, but it's nothing they wouldn't do. I've been attempting to document my findings. Father approves. He says understanding is power, that the more we know about this planet, the more we can use it to our advantage. I'm just doing it because it's fun. It's not easy without proper equipment and network access, but the old-fashioned way, observing, taking notes, testing theories, shows me the world in a way a spectroscopic analysis never could. Lately, I've been watching the crab snakes. They ambush their prey as it tries to feed on the mushrooms they hide in. What they don't eat settles on the seabed, which fertilizes the mushrooms, which feeds the herbivores, and so the chain continues. Co-evolution gives me the fuzzies.
All right, I believe that is everything in the Degassi habitat.
PDA data. New blueprint acquired. Signal location uploaded to PDA.
Where's the life pod?
Something incredible just happened. Since we're down here, I had this plan to build equipment and study the life forms we were encountering, but I didn't have enough enameled glass. So, I started looking for a natural substrate that would strengthen the glass we have, and those stalker teeth we've been finding fit the bill. Only, well, we needed more. That's when Marguerite got interested. She actually listened to me. More than I can say for Father. And I worked up the courage to talk about my more tentative theories. When I told her they were attracted to metal deposits, that their teeth get dislodged when they pick them up, her eyes narrowed and she dashed out of the room.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
3 hours later, she came back, her pack loaded down with stalker teeth. I asked her about it. She shrugged and said my theories were good. Said she had the meeting out of the palm of her hand. I think she meant it literally. She is incredible. She went out to the kelp forest armed with just a heat blade and went fin to fin with a pack of stalkers. On the one hand, that is the coolest thing I have ever heard. On the other, I hope the stalkers didn't come off worse than Marguerite did. She had a huge gash on her forearm. I don't think things went as smoothly as she made out. What's the point in surviving here if we have to kill everything that makes it so
Welcome aboard,
wonderful?
Captain.
I wish I knew more about these animals, but Father won't let me leave the habitat. Maybe with all this glass, we could build a containment unit and get up close to them.
Anyways, that's all that. So before the Sunbeam gets here, we need to go to the Sunbeam landing site. Laser cutter required, yep. And so the reveal, there is a second island.
Detecting massive energy signature in the region. Cannot identify.
And not only that, this is on it. So 100% confirmed aliens. It's also important to find another purple tablet. So if you didn't find the purple tablet on the other island, you get one here as well. There's also a broken purple tablet. And specifically, deactivate the force field.
Scans indicate this structure is composed of a metal alloy with unprecedented integrity. No match is found in database. Performing structural analysis. Unknown language. Attempting translation.
The ion cube, the alien power source.
Analysis of the patterns on the walls cannot ascertain whether their purpose is aesthetic or functional. Further data required. Unknown language. Attempting translation. Your best probability of interfacing with this facility is achieved by accessing the control room in the lower section.
So this is basically a water door, so you could also come up into this base from there, but like if you wanted to pilot the Seamoth into here, you could. So here we have the alien rifle. Another ion cube. And then this is a warp gate, but it's inactive right now. Oh, I can scan it, right? Yeah. And here's another purple tablet. Alien device. If you read the scan, it's called a doomsday device, and it said that it's generating a ton of power and that it's capable of destroying the entire solar system, but then it also goes on to say that it's inactive.
The facility's control room lies beyond this doorway.
Oh, I thought I'd have more time, but we need to go outside to see the sunbeam arrive. Oops, wrong way. Oh, F. It's the other way.
Survivor, we see you. Man, I don't know how you held out down there. We broke an atmosphere, and we're descending towards the landing site. Is that a building down there? What do you mean you can't identify it? Hold on. No turning back now. Positions, everyone. Touching down in 10, 9, 8. It's coming from the building? Change course. Set thrusters to full.
So at this point, presumably this gun is what shot down the Aurora as well. The sunbeam getting blown up does not have any impact on the actual game, though. It's, there's never any wreckage from the sunbeam anywhere. But what a shame what happened to those guys. So these are the warpers, who are basically the mechanical guardians of this area. And they can teleport you to them. They're also, strangely enough, even though they look like they're some sort of organic creature, they are actually robots. Or maybe they're like half organic, half robotic beings. Can I please get out of the water? Yeah, okay, there we go. Alright, so here's the main control room.
The control panel is broadcasting a message. Translation reads, "Warning, infected individuals may not disable the weapon. This planet is under quarantine."
So if infected individuals, so let's scan ourselves.
Self-scan complete. Bacterial infection in your system is progressing. Detecting skin irritation and immune system response. Further data required to identify bacterial strain.
So we are...
Translating background broadcast. Downloading summary to databank.
So basically, the planet is infected with some kind of virus, or the organisms on it are, as are we now. And presumably this defense system is set up to prevent the spread of the virus. However, while this is all very interesting, and it's a great hook, at least to get into the game, the story ultimately proves not to be that interesting, and there's a lot of too many coincidences, things don't really add up in the end. It ultimately winds up being a letdown, but it's fine. Like, the game is mostly about the survival crafting element, the exploration. So I think the story and like all the life pod beacons they function perfectly well as motivators to get you to go explore. So with that said, with the sunbeam now shot down and this area explored here, the rest of the island is actually not necessary in any way for us to progress through the game. However, it does have many valuable resources on it. So, even though we don't have to explore the island, it is worth exploring the island. Specifically, there's a lot of lithium deposits on the island. And there's also this internal area that has more stuff. There's these little flying dudes, which you can also scan. And another archway. And this one we can actually activate. So you need to spend an ion cube to activate these. And the only thing that this does is the archway. There's multiple archways in the game, not just the two that we found already. They always only take you to one other specific archway. This one takes you to the one that's on. There's a hidden archway on the other island, and this one takes you to that, and vice versa. Right now we have no reason to go to the other island, so we're not going to take this trip there. And we're just going to continue on this island for now and acquire all the resources from these cave systems. There's a lot of, again, gold, silver, diamonds, Lithium. I do wish that the Seaglide that I'm using as my flashlight wouldn't flick away when you either run or grab these resources. I just want you to imagine, though, what a pain in the ass this would be if I didn't have the expanded inventory from modding the game. Imagine how many trips it would take to go in here, get all of these resources, run all the way back to your main base, come back here, get the resources again. Oh, am I out of batteries? I thought I had more. Apparently, I accidentally put my other batteries away. Yikes, that's a problem. Well, we got no batteries anymore. Which means no more flashlight. Thankfully, we can sort of still see this, even if it's dark. Man, there's so many resources in here. So because it took so long to go in between bases in the original game without being able to take all this inventory with us, I would sometimes make multiple bases, like at the different islands, so that I at least had access to a fabricator, no matter where I was. Oh man, I really can't see where I'm going. Okay. Inventory full. Even with this expanded inventory as well. Can I give up anything? I don't think so. Alright, time to go. If I can ever find my way back to the Seamoth. There's also a underwater system, cave system. It's further in, this is the center of the island. But there isn't anything in there again except more resources, so... For now, we will just return to the Seamoth. So if you're interested in a more compact version of my thoughts on the game, I did make 2 separate videos on my channel about basically reviewing the game and then talking about modding it. I would also highly recommend Joseph Anderson's review on the game.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
So for right now, let us return to the life pod. So the main thing we're looking to do at this point is... we are looking to... find a laser cutter fragment so that we can build ourselves a laser cutter. I believe there's also another life pod that we haven't gotten to yet. Life pod number 2, yeah. Alright, let's offload all of this stuff.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Now, unfortunately, the ion cubes will continue to take up even more inventory space because you never know when you're going to encounter an alien structure that requires an ion cube. So therefore, it becomes a mandatory additional thing in your inventory. Wait, I also need to build a propulsion cannon, right? Yeah. So this is going to be relevant later. It's not now. For right now, I'll just leave it in my consumables locker. Same thing with alien tablets. You never know when you're going to encounter something that requires an alien tablet, so the alien tablets have to take up more space in your inventory. Alright. Don't need this stuff. So laser cutter's the main thing we're missing right now. There's also a water filtration machine. So the water filtration machine just makes water and salt, which is somewhat relevant, but we don't absolutely need it. We can also build a bioreactor. So the bioreactor can take any sort of biofuel you put in it, including lantern fruit. But again, we're on the surface right now, so... Yeah, we're on the surface right now, so we don't need a bioreactor. And then the vehicle upgrade console is only relevant for the moon pool, which we don't have unlocked yet, so... That being the case, let's go over to the other life pod. And hopefully there will be some laser cutter fragments or other things that we need along the way. So for this one, now that we're in the Seamoth and I don't need to worry about air while we're traveling, I'm going to move along the seafloor. Oh wait, before I leave, I forgot. Yeah, I need to get some batteries. Almost forgot about that. That would have been important. Did I just exit the Seamoth while it was moving in front of the Seamoth and get hit by my own Seamoth? Okay. Oh yeah, and there's a radio signal. Forgot about that. Nothing here, right? Yeah. So I need to get some more batteries.
Playing partially translated broadcast.
Destroyed. Mode. Patrol. New targets unaccounted for. 1.
So I believe that's from the alien warpers, and it's saying they destroyed the sunbeam and they're looking for me. Alright, so I can put the dead battery in there. Did I accidentally tuck a battery somewhere else? I thought I'd made 2 additional batteries. So normally, if you didn't have EasyCraft, what I would do is I would have a entire room like this just dedicated to lockers, and then I would have lockers, not necessarily wall lockers, but other lockers, all along the sides, and then I would label every single locker with a specific type of resource that was in it, and I would only put those type of resources. So just adding these mods on, like, it doesn't make it easier, it just gets rid of the unnecessary hassle of having to juggle your inventory. It literally cuts hours of unnecessary time-wasting tedium out of the game, which is why I believe the game is basically mod required to enjoy at this point. And it's really to an extent where I wish I had known about these mods or had been told by veterans of the game to install these mods before my first playthrough, because it would have improved it a lot. believe that's another Seamoth fragment. Oh, I didn't heal myself. There we go. Bioreactor fragment, which we already have. Oh. I know the 3D map that the Seaglide generates can be useful, but I think a lot of the time, unless you're like in a cave system, it just winds up getting in the way of the screen. So I tend to turn it off. I also wish you could pick up resource nodes while you were in the Seamoth, so you didn't have to keep getting out, getting back in, getting out, getting back in, etc. But yeah, it's fine. So then here's a shipwreck. Is that a laser cutter fragment? It is. What is attacking me? Oh, there's a thing. One remains.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh, it's the biome of the floating islands. So like over here, floating island. With the big floaters on them. Fortunately, we're gonna get to our crush depth way too fast. So... what is in there? Stasis rifle, which I already have. I think it's still good to get those anyway. Oh, bone shark. Really? This ran out of battery too? Alright. Honestly, the batteries are another thing that just feels like unnecessary tedium.
Erosion patterns on the land masses suspended here suggest they once floated on the surface.
Oh. So it's the blood vines. Yeah. I'm gonna need those for later as well.
Warning, maximum depth reached. Hull damage imminent.
Okay. This. We can scan these giant stalks, right? No? Alright. Blood vine. So we're gonna need the blood oil as well.
New blueprint acquired.
I should take 6 of them so that I can stick them into a grow bed. There's also deep mushrooms, which are different than acid mushrooms, and we need these as well.
New blueprint acquired.
What blueprints do those give me? I gotta check in a second. Hang on. So getting those gives me what exactly?
Ozzy's log. It's the day of the crash. I don't know what the heck is happening. I'm scared and I'm not going outside. There are shadows in the water under the hatch, but I can't tell if they're rocks or aliens. And there's weird-looking caves nearby. The Aurora was carrying everything needed to build the phase gate. Mobile vehicle bays, bioreactors, propulsion cannons. It had a cinema. There was a zero-G gym. My cafe. I don't understand how we're here now. I don't know why no one's coming for me.
So mousing over all this stuff will take it off of your list of basically like it says you have a new blueprint, and as long as I take this off, then it gets rid of it. Also, beds, while they might sound like they're just more decoration like the rest of them, they do actually serve a purpose in that if it's nighttime, you can sleep and reset the day-night cycle to day. Okay. So I need to take those with me. I need to take the deep mushrooms with me. So there is the signal. I'm gonna try to get right on top of it without reaching the crush depth that will start damaging the Seamoth. There's an interesting... Oh, is that a ghost Leviathan? Yeah, I gotta be aware of those. So, while you are mostly safe in your Seamoth, Leviathans are the exception. Leviathans can actually attack you while you're in your Seamoth, and destroy your Seamoth as well. I realize I haven't saved yet. I should save. Alright, straight down. What's over here? These glowing things here. Or are these diamonds? No, they're just decoration. Alright. Electric fish. Alright. So, data box. Cyclops depth module.
New blueprint acquired.
Flotation devices failed.
We're flooding. Evacuate.
Wait. I can reconfigure the O2 system to act as a bilge pump.
It's working.
Okay, good news. We're alive and we've stopped sinking.
Bad?
The oxygen's going to run out in 30 minutes and we're 500 meters down.
What do we do?
We'll have to use the remaining juice to send a distress call and build whatever gear we can. Then we find a way to the surface.
So this life pod, like many of the others, is situated actually in an important location. And specifically the place that it's situated is it's right in front of the Lost River biome entrance, which is the place that you need to go for the end game. But unfortunately, we are way too early to explore that. We need substantially better resources along with better ability to go further down in like deep water without getting hurt. So for now, let's head back to the life pod tentatively. The main issue is just we're still missing a laser cutter fragment. If I just had the ability to create a laser cutter, we would be able to progress, but since I don't, we can't. Which means wandering around the seafloor, trying to find laser cutters. Yeah, so you can't actually go down too far because the depth is going to crush the Seamoth. I also believe this biome that has all of these little floating islands, there's one big floating island that has an interior that you can explore for resources.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Is this at the alien island? Because I believe this entrance is there. No, it's not. Yeah, it isn't. Okay. I do know there's a cave system near the alien island somewhere, though. So what do we got in here? Oh, no, it's literally just an archway. Alright, if it's a box, I gotta go take a look at it to see if it's the laser cutter fragment that I'm missing. I don't believe any of the laser cutter fragments are in here, though. I don't believe any of them are in the creepvine biome. I believe they're all outside of the creepvine biome. It's still worth getting these just to cross them off the list of places to get anything from. Like, it at least makes the box empty. Nope. Here's a shipwreck. I believe they are near shipwrecks. Yeah, but this shipwreck needs a laser cutter. Haven't been here yet, or else I would have scanned this.
New blueprint acquired.
Nothing? Yeah. Ooh, a thermal vent. Thermal vents are typically good places to acquire resources because you can get specific kinds of resources that you wouldn't be able to get otherwise. Quartz. Alright, well apparently it's too hot. Alright. And see, it's just little things like this, like, you know, this thermal vent area, like, does this matter at all to the overall game? No, you can completely ignore this, but it's just a nice little interesting detail, like a nice little interesting place to explore on the map. Alright, so now I need to plant some more plants here. So blood oil, blood oil, blood oil, blood oil, blood oil, blood oil. Make some blood oil plants, and then let's get some deep mushrooms in here. Specifically, though, we need to get the seeds.
Seek fluid intake.
Forget how many we need in total. One more.
Vital signs stabilizing.
You can eat these. I did not mean to eat it. Alright, there we go. Alright. Medical kit.
Seek fluid intake.
I still can't fabricate anything of any relevance, right? Oh wait, I need a wall recharger.
Playing partially translated broadcast.
9 new biological subjects designated. Mode. Hunting. Analyzing.
Welcome aboard,
Sharing
Captain.
subject locations with other agents.
Where is the battery? Oh, I don't have blueprints for that either. Dang it, every single time, just no blueprints. Oops, that's not completed.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Alright, let's just make sure we always have extra batteries on us. Alright, so... Save. And now I guess we're just looking for... laser cutter fragments. To build a laser cutter. Oh, well, we haven't been over here yet, so let's go this way. I mean, may as well acquire some resources while we're out. Too close to the Aurora crash site. Radiation detected.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Oh yeah, there's the big shipwreck. Laser cutter? Yeah, there we go, laser cutter.
New blueprint acquired.
All right. So that shipwreck definitely requires a laser cutter. But we're already here. Let's just go see if there's anything else of relevance. More laser cutter parts. Radiation detected. Whoop. Darn, can I really not explore this place because of the radiation level? That sucks. All right. Back to the life pod, which is over there. Seamoth's down to almost 50% power. It's kind of rough. All right. No more radio. So now we can create a laser cutter. And we need to go get some stuff up from our locker. So we need to pick up some... we need to get our radiation helmet and the propulsion cannon back online. And this fire extinguisher. Drop off some metal salvage that we don't need to carry with us. All right. And now we can go to the Aurora. So let's equip the radiation helmet. But before we go to the Aurora, I can go show you what exploring a salvaged wreck looks like. That looks like something to scan. I guess it isn't. Alright, where is it? We were just here. Oh, there's a life pod.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased. Integrating new PDA data.
What are you doing? You were gone so long. I thought you drowned. Put the flare down. I was going to try and attract someone's attention. That's not a distress flare. Stop waving it around like that. You'll catch the fuel line.
All right.
New blueprint acquired.
We can take this poster, which we can't see in this darkness, but that's fine. All right, laser cutter. Really bright.
New blueprint.
Lightweight, high-capacity tank. Is there anything down here?
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
Modification station fragment.
30 seconds.
All right.
Oxygen.
Okay, switch the tanks. Battery charger, that's helpful. Okay. So let's get out of here. I believe this is a door that you can open. Maybe not. I guess not. exploring a wreck. So... let's go to the Aurora. Is that another life pod, or is that the same one? Oh, it's the same one, and there was a PDA outside that I didn't see? Aha.
Integrating new PDA data.
Ma'am, I need you to stay calm. We're not in immediate danger.
Where are the rescue teams?
The Aurora didn't make it.
So, where are the rescue teams?
They're dead, ma'am. We have rendezvous coordinates, but the route's irradiated.
So, what are you going to do?
I'm head of human resources, ma'am. This is not my expertise. But the PDA says if we can find some lead, we can make radiation suits.
Oh, there! I am not setting foot outside this life pod without the proper protection.
Don't worry. I'll go.
What is that, inventory? So I have modded the game so that it has a bigger inventory, because I believe the base inventory in the game is insufficient. And it just winds up being too cumbersome and annoying to use. So the Aurora crash site has more metal salvage than pretty much anywhere else, obviously. There's also a lot of boxes with scannable fragments. There's also a higher than normal amount of, I believe, quartz and salt. And data boxes. And just like random storage boxes as well. So here is the side of the ship. Here's some quartz. And the area also, obviously right now has radiation, which we are immune to because of our radiation suit, but there are also leviathans in the area when you get away from the shallow parts. Another box. So the mission is to go inside the Aurora and acquire valuable technology resources and stop the radiation from leaking. I do always find this part a little annoying because it's unintuitive where exactly you have to go in order to get to the entrance of the Aurora, and
within the next 24 hours.
You can easily get lost trying to find the entrance as well.
Passing 100 meters. Oxygen efficiency decreased.
So, where is it? So here's the Aurora. And we've got to go around the side, but I always forget exactly where around the side you have to go. Yeah, that's ominous. Oh my god. No! Run! Run, 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 run. Oh my god. Well, that came out of nowhere. Alright, let's save. And unfortunately, we do have to go around this side in order to get into the Aurora, so... I guess I could have built a stasis rifle before coming here, right? Alright, what if I hug the seafloor? That probably doesn't mean anything. Alright, so here's a big crashed area. I think we can come out here. Maybe not. Nope. This is my issue here. It's always unintuitive. I've played this game multiple times and I still don't remember exactly how you get into the entrance. I forget if it's more around the side or what. Alright, where are we? Yeah, we're in the wrong spot. I don't think it's further around. I think it's back, and I'm in the wrong place.
Warning, ship's structural integrity is low. Fire suppression equipment and laser cutters may be required. Exploration is conducted at your own risk.
So that's the game basically telling you, hey, you need a laser cutter to proceed. Yeah, this is too far to the left, isn't it? Or is it not? Is this actually it? I forget. Yeah, this is too far. It's further back somehow. Is this it? This is it. Here we go. And somehow these land crawling things, which only exist on the islands, have made it over here. So, pro tip, you can go up there, but there's also an area down over here that you can go to. We gotta knife all this stuff. I also very much dislike that there's basically no way of attacking these things in a way that you won't also get attacked. Yeah. There's our first hint of the alien life force still on the planet. Get out of here, crawling creatures. Alright, so... gotta move all this stuff out of the way. So pro tip, you can launch these or you can just set them down. It takes less power to just set them down. So there's this lower area and then there's the upper area. You might be tempted to try to jump over there, but you can't make it. Lab access. Lab door code is 6483. Is that this? So you can actually pick up some of this stuff to take back to decorate, but we're not going to. Takes up a lot of inventory space.
Integrating new PDA data.
Propulsion cannon tech, which is an upgrade to the propulsion cannon that we already have. Mostly just used to fight enemy.
On your PDA. Your technology blueprints have been updated.
The repulsion cannon is used to fight alien creatures. Aurora black box data.
Integrating new PDA data.
All right, down into the pipe network. Power cell, always handy. So we're in the vehicle docking bay, I believe. I believe I can scan this. Yeah. The prawn suit fragment. 1 of 4, which we can get all right here.
Picking up a faint black box signature originating on the other side of the pipe reached in this room.
Scan these, which causes them to disappear, by the way. Kind of odd, but at least it gets rid of them so we know, okay, that's done. We don't have to scan that. Also a module right here. Storage module, which we can attach to our vehicles.
Blueprint acquired.
And so I believe we need the propulsion cannon to get through here. There we go. So the living quarters. drop this useless fire extinguisher and new fire extinguisher. You can scan the vending machines and you can put them into your base. However, all they do is deploy chips that are worth very, very little food, so they're not really worth it.
New blueprint acquired.
Obviously, we're taking that poster.
Integrating new PDA data.
So we can get some nutrient bricks from here, which are the best food source in the game because they replenish you to full. They are, however, one-time use only, and you can't ever replicate them. So this to the left or to the right? Let's go to the left first. Cabin 1, which we don't have the code for.
New blueprint acquired.
So there's also these carry-alls, which are little bags that you can pick up. But they're kind of, like, completely pointless. So, I mean, like, you already have the ability to just make lockers, so why would you pick those up? There's also nothing in any of them.
Vital signs stabilizing.
Alright, so we gotta come back here. Captain's quarters, which we also don't have the code for. And we won't get the code for it until way later. So you do unfortunately have to make a second trip back to the Aurora.
Integrate.
Listen, I know I don't have the right to make demands of you, but I need you to understand that I want to change our arrangement.
I hear what you're saying, and I will try to respect it. How would you like to change it?
I would like to reduce our contact hours.
How much further can we do that?
To 0.
You're dumping me.
I'm changing the terms of our relationship.
How is it still a relationship if we don't see each other?
It's a relationship of a kind. You have so many expectations.
I feel you just want to spend more time with that dumb guy in his dumb robot suit.
That's not a feeling. It's a judgment. And I feel hostility in what you're saying. Perhaps your jealousy is a sign that you need to take another look at your business model. Why can't you just be happy for me?
I am happy for you. And I'm happy for all the guys in the prawn bay. I'm just not happy for me.
This is why I want to change our arrangement.
Integrating new PDA data.
So we gotta come back here when we find the code to cabin 1. Alright. Here's the locker room. Full of plenty of water and batteries.
Integrating new PDA data.
We're already 200 meters below sea level. You want to go deeper?
Look around us, Chief. Water leaking through the hull, water outside the hatch. We're drowning real slow. If rescue arrives, whatever shot us down, it's gonna do it again and again until it's shut off. You see an off switch around here, Chief?
Why would it any more likely be half a kilometer down?
Your kid found something on the scanner. There's something down there. Something that shouldn't be.
You're mad.
I'm going all the same, and I've an idea you two are gonna follow. But if you do, be mindful. Your authority stopped at sea level.
Integrating new PDA data. Scans of damage to the Aurora do not match any known offensive technologies.
Drive room, Seamoth Bay. I'm guessing this is for if you somehow didn't get a Seamoth until this point, that they're going to guarantee that you have a Seamoth now. Seamoth depth module. Right, I believe that's everything in here. Alright, and then here's the drive room.
The drive core shielding sustained internal damage during collision. Do not attempt to repair without appropriate qualifications.
You know what Maida told me today? She wants to build a habitat 500 meters below sea level. More than a kilometer northeast of here. And she needs Bart and I to do it. She's got it into her head that she can save us if she just acts recklessly enough. But I've hauled Star Wars to Neptune, Plasteel to the Federation. This family operates 9 different mining colonies across the Ariadne Arm. Maida thinks she's better suited to lead. Her contract still says otherwise. But I just cannot damn well tell whether it's the stupidest idea I ever heard, or my only hope. I turned 80 years old last week. I thought I had another 80 in me, but marooned on this planet, there's no swapping out of my liver when the old one fails. Here, I'm mortal. And Maida is useful. So, it's my responsibility to make a decision. Return to the island and hope whatever knocked the Degasi out of the sky won't do the same to the rescue ship. Or take us deeper in search of answers. And all the while be hoping old age gets me before the sea monsters do. I'll give Maida just one thing. She was right about these caves. There's enough lithium there to fabricate 100 tons of plasteel. Enough for a damn fleet of Cyclops submarines. There was nothing anyone could have done to avoid crashing here. But I was right to order the detour. If we get off this planet, they'll be talking about the Torgal share price on the other side of the Federation.
So here, we've got to repair all of these drives. But there's also bloodsuckers in the water.
At maximum tolerable level. Containment breach repaired. Further breaches detected. 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 Containment breach repaired. Further breaches detected.
It can be quite annoying trying to find the last one or two breaches. Alright, there's one.
Containment breach repaired. Further breaches detected.
Alright, there's the last one.
Drive core breach sealed. Radiation levels decreasing.
Alright, but we're not done yet. I don't know why this unrepaired itself. Because we got this down here. And this up here.
Integrating new PDA data.
Overall progress on the Cyclops engine fragment, 33%. Alright, Cyclops engine blueprint, but that's not the whole Cyclops, it's just the engine. You can use the propulsion cannon to move a bunch of these boxes, but it will actually not reveal any secrets behind here. Which I always found to be strange, but it is what it is. Now this, I believe...
Aurora systems are running on local reserve power. Unable to remotely download black box data.
Does that get it out of the way? There we go.
Integrating new PDA.
So in case you came this direction, which does not have a propulsion cannon, then you're giving you a propulsion cannon. It's a little annoying though, because if you did manage to get here without a propulsion cannon, then you would have to go all the way back to your base to fabricate one. Inventory full. All right, let's drink, eat. Right, is that cabin 1? Cabin 1, 1869. I'm out of fire extinguishers, right? But I know there are some back here near the entrance. There's at least one. There we go.
Integrating new PDA data.
I believe these are the same poster, right? Yeah, so we can drop one of these. Are these the same poster? They are. Terra launches the Aurora.
Integrating new PDA data.
$18.69. All right, so there is actually some more stuff up here. So this would have been the other direction to come to, and I think this is the place that most people are going to come from. It's go around the top. This upper area also has a lot of boxes with resources in them.
Caution. Scans show the digestive tracts of nearby life forms contain human tissues.
So that would be the other way to enter the Aurora. So we got one last thing to do, which is go to cabin 1. And then obviously the captain's quarters, but we're not going to get to that point for a while. All right. Oh, I should be able to scan that one. Oh. Alright, I guess I scanned them enough already. Y. 19. It's to the left. Alright, what do we got? An arcade gorge toy, which I do not need. You can scan these wall shelves and get some walls.
New blueprint acquired.
PDA data.
Integrating new PDA data.
All right. So was that all that was for? There's some water here and a cap. All right. And now time to exit the Aurora. So, we officially do not need fire extinguishers for anything for the rest of the game, so we can just drop that there. Nor do we actually need this repulsion cannon, so that can also get dropped off when we come back to our base. Although it's an ingredient in the repulsion cannon, which I may actually use. Alright, let's make sure to save.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Alright. Aurora down. We're going to hug the side here to make sure we don't get Leviathaned. As I said, the Aurora is surprisingly far away from the life pod, even though it doesn't look like it. So the main areas of progression at this point are going to be assembling the prawn suit and the Cyclops submarine. and just in general finding more blueprints and technology. So the moon pool, which is our building for assembling vehicles, is going to be important. Okay. So back into our base.
Aboard, Captain.
Let's place a battery charger over here, because we should have one now. And let's drop off all of the items that we don't need. So... drop off all of this. And then I'm going to put some stuff into the consumable box. So these posters I'm not going to use yet, so we can drop all of these off here. There's also Cyclops modules, which we're obviously not going to use yet. Actually, all of these modules we don't need until we find... until we manage to build a moon pool. And I'm carrying a lot of excess water and food, so I can drop all that off. These flares are basically completely useless. I may as well just activate them. Just get that out of the way. Drop these off. What else? This is also a ton of excess batteries. So first of all, let's put the batteries that are not fully charged into the charger. Secondly, what here is running low? 70% here. Seamoth's at 50%, that's fine. Actually, that's not fine. Repair tool, way down. Habitat builder, let's just replace that. Laser cutter, should replace that as well. Then I can get this repulsion cannon out of our inventory. And also importantly, I can swap out this rebreather now, and I no longer need the radiation suit. So the radiation helmet is actually useless at this point in the game, because the Aurora is not leaking radiation anymore, so I can just straight up... Actually, to avoid any sort of slowdown, let's... because this is still sitting here, and the game is having to calculate these sitting here. Let's create a trash bin right here. And we can just put stuff we don't need in here. So the egg, the helmet that we don't need anymore. Make sure we've got another battery charger over here. One battery charger is probably, whatever, let's make two. So, what is still ongoing? 19%, 47%, and the rest of these are 100%? No, 0. All right, there we go. And what can we do? Can we build the thermo knife? Not from here. I should be able to make a modification station, though. Yeah. There's no good place to put it right in this hallway, though, so we'll put it over here. Modification station. All right, what do we got? Thermo knife. Let's build that. Air tank upgrades, lightweight high capacity or ultra high capacity. Definitely ultra high capacity. So our current one is 135. This is how much? 225. Excellent. And then let's just make sure we have another one of those so we can switch those in and out. Next, fins. I can't build them because I have the fins equipped, so let's unequip the fins. Ultra glide fins, so faster fins. Then there's the repulsion cannon, so we can use this to fight enemies. There's also the stasis rifle that we can use to fight enemies. I think for the most part, I'm just going to try to avoid them. And there's Cyclops upgrades, which we don't even have a Cyclops yet. Then there's the Seamoth Depth Module 2. All right. Can I make the Depth Module 3? I can. Unfortunately, I still can't actually apply that module to the Seamoth because I don't have a moon pool yet. So we've got these modules, but I can't actually equip them. All right. But otherwise, and then obviously there's the prawn exosuit, but we don't even have a prawn suit yet, so that is all on the back burner for the time being. So, my current goal is we need to find the moon pool fragments so that we can build a moon pool. Is there anything else we need to do besides that? It's mainly just we need to make a moon pool, right? All right. So probably we're going to go scour those wrecks to try to find moon pool fragments.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
And that's going to do it for this segment. So next time, we are off to... Actually, can I build a prawn suit? Oh, I can build a prawn suit.
It is normal when first piloting a prawn suit to feel a sense of limitless power. Prawn operators receive weeks of training to counteract this phenomenon. You will have to make do with self-discipline.
Prawn suit.
Welcome aboard, Captain.
Hell yeah, prawn suit. Unfortunately, at the moment, the prawn suit, we're missing a lot of upgrades for it in order to make it more maneuverable. So for the time being, we really need a... So there's a slingshot arm that we can get to maneuver around better, and there's like jump jets. It comes with a storage. That's nice. All right. Does the Seamoth come with a storage? It doesn't, right? The power cell is at 30%. Do I have the power cell charger? I don't, right? Okay, so next time on Subnautica, we're gonna go around, find the wrecks, try to build ourselves a moon pool, and from there, we will advance, scouring the map for resources and try to advance to the end of the game. And I'll see you on that next time. If you showed up today, I hope you enjoyed yourself. And we'll see you in the next video.